Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written.
know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show on, move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI, Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Là đây mình chỉ cho giúp bài.
Muốn thấy ác quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa.
Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ đem bẹp tất cả.
Cân 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight cân 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
Thứ duy nhất mà SE sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại SE. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. Overtime.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi bãi bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Evox Point ở FFAC.
Xuống tiền của mình cố gắng 5 châm. Bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cân cả team các bạn.
sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับผมโจนะกัปตันทีมยูฟินิกนักสู้ที่ดีที่สุดในเกมอยู่ทีมผมนี่แหละครับผมเป็นคนชอบกินส่วนถ้าถามผมว่าชอบกินอะไรผมตอบได้เลยว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่มะระชีวิตผมสบายมากแล้วผมเล่นเกมอะไรก็เก่งแน่นอนว่าสำหรับเกมนี้ผมนำมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้วส่วนนี่ e-word already มีตำแหน่งคือ attacker มีดีที่หน้าตาแถมลีลาไม่แพ้ใครส่วนเรื่องฉายาใครๆก็เรียกเขาว่าดอยแต่ถ้าคู่แข่งเจอผมรับรองว่ามีหงอยแน่นอนครับคนนี้คือ e-word god coot ตำแหน่ง attacker และเป็น in-game leader ฉายาของเขาคือจอมโจรคูดชอบหยิบของเพื่อนกินชอบนอนแต่สำหรับเกมนี้เขาชอบเอาชนะคนนี้คือ e-word mochi อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์มีงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นกีตาร์ชอบท้าคู่แข่งและชนะได้ด้วยทำให้เขาได้ฉายาอุลตร้าแมนคนสุดท้ายคือ e-word get high เป็น attacker ของทีมไม่มีงานอดิเรกไม่มีฉายามีแต่คำว่าแชมป์ในหัวใจพวกเรา e-word phoenix ฆ่ามาก็ไม่ตายล้มก็ล้มไม่ได้เพราะนกฟีนิกซ์เกิดใหม่ได้เสมอ
สวัสดีครับผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีมอีอารีนาชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้วไม่มีอะไรคิวมากมายผมเป็นหน่วยจุดโจมของทีมและชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆวันว่างๆผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆชมบรรยากาศแล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วยส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผมนี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่ง Attacker ของทีมมันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวันพวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลังคนนี้คือลิมิตเขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆอย่าขยับเพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีมเขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเองแล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้เวลาว่างๆเขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ถึงจะอ้วนซ่าพร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อนชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่งแล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูน ทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจม เพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตีดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายข้าง
สวัสดีครับ ผม FW อลงกรณ์กัปตันทีม FW Esport อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ ผมเป็นคนคิดแผนการเล่นเก่ง และแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้า รับรองว่าวันนี้
Iya sih, terus belajar jangan cepet puas. Apalagi kalau udah merasa paling jago, gue paling ya gitulah.
Kepikiran ini nggak bakalan lolos ini. Udah sedih banget bang, bahkan hampir nangis.
จากเด็กติดเกมสู่นักกีฬา e-sport มืออาชีพครับพี่ทำให้ครอบครัวภูมิใจด้วยครับจากแรกๆเขาไม่ยอมรับ
Harus berjuang sampai titik darah penghabisan.
ถ้าไม่มีฟรีไฟร์ก็ไม่มีพวกผมในวันนี้ครับ
Việc lùi lại thì rất là khó xảy ra bởi vì chúng tôi biết rõ thực lực của team.
Điểm mạnh của team mình đó chính là sự đoàn kết và niềm tin chiến thắng.
เหมือนอยู่ในจุดสูงสุดมั้งครับพี่แต่ถ้าจะไปกาแล็กซี่หรือทางช้างเผือกได้ก็จะไปครับพี่
Dibilang untuk punya kesempatan 100% sih udah pasti bisa.
เราคือที่สุดของเกมฟรีไฟร์แล้วครับ
So now it's time to fly. So now it's
EVOS Phoenix
to fly.
First Raiders Eclipse
Nothing's gonna stop me.
Team Flash
BTC Esports, Genesis Dogma SM, Magic Esports, Arena, Morph Team, BE Sports, Expand, GRC Aphrodite, FWE Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, it's time, baby. It's that time. Free Fire C Invitationals. No more group stages. The top 12 now do battle over 3 days. The grand finals is here. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with my good friend Husky, and we are going to be your casters for the whole of the grand finals.
Did I just hit 3 days of grand finals actions? That is the Free Fire we've been asking for after so long. This is the first time we have this format on an international stage, and I think it is the best way to find who the champions are. I hate to say this as an opening statement, but you know, EVO's Phoenix, they were 2-time world champion, but we only have 1 day of grand finals. Can they survive a 3-day marathon? This is where we can find out.
I think, you know, a 3-day marathon just makes EVO's Phoenix that much more dangerous because they can get it done. And they've got 3 different days, 3 chances to do exactly that. But there's one bad habit that EVO's Phoenix also has. They usually like to sleep at the very start. They like to take things easy and then make that final awakening, right? But can the other teams punish them for that strategy this time round? Because as we know, even to qualify for this stage, they were the 2nd-seeded team out of Thailand. But let's take a quick look at the tournament format before we move on. 17 teams started things off at the FFSI. We broke them down into 3 groups, and all 3 groups had 4 days of play each. And the top 12 out of the 17 have now made it here to this stage.
Yeah, and of course they will be playing with each other. It's like sharing a dorm room with people that you don't like for 3 days straight. But this is what you gotta do to prove that you are the best. You outlast everyone else. And when it comes to competitive Free Fire, it is governed by a very strict set of rules that hasn't changed for aeons. It is the point system. 12 points for Booyah, 9 points for 2nd place, minus 1 point for every position below that, all the way down to 1 point for 10th place. 11 and 12 gets nothing, but every single kill converts to 1 point. And if we have a tiebreaker situation, we will look at these 3 circumstances to determine the winner. The number of Booyahs, total eliminations, and the placement in the last game.
What's all the hustle for? What's all the fuss for in terms of tiebreaker and all? Well, it is for exactly what you see in front of you. Everybody's aiming for that lion's share of 100,000 US dollars. But even if they do fall slightly short from that first place, it doesn't mean that they walk back home empty-handed. In fact, nobody walks home empty-handed, Husky.
It's like Halloween. You either get a small candy or you get a big lollipop, and this time that big lollipop is the 100,000 US dollars. But of course, for the 5 teams that didn't qualify for the grand finals, they at least get to leave with 4,000 US dollars.
Absolutely right. And of course, those are the teams, unfortunately, who have not made it to the list. Let's talk about the teams that did, though. EVO's Phoenix, the 2-time world champions, are back in it at FFSI, followed by Magic Esports, those that ranked 2nd in the overall group stages to make it here. Team Flash from Vietnam, the 1st-seeded team from their region, and they are number 1 representing Vietnam here in the top 12 as well, followed by PE Sports, Arena, Expand, FW, First Raiders, Morph, SBTC, Genesis Dogma, as well as GRC Aphrodite.
And of course, we have the maps and schedules coming up. Nothing has changed. It's the same as the group stage. We start with Bermuda, we move on to Purgatory, we go to Alpine for Game 3, and after the halfway point, we start with Nextera, go all the way back to Bermuda, and we will spin the wheel to find out which of the maps will be our last map.
I'm just so curious as to who's hoping and praying that they get a specific map and which one of those teams out there just do not care. I mean, I kind of know exactly who would have that sort of a mentality. Thus far, throughout the whole of the group stage, there has only been 1 team that has had a Booyah on every single map. That is your two-time world champs, EVOS Phoenix. Apart from that, everybody else just seems to have a favorite. Now, this is the problem here, Husky. If you've got a favorite, and if there's one that you don't really like and you don't perform at, and if that is the deciding map of the grand finals, oopsie daisy.
Yeah, we have seen some examples, right? You know, we've seen examples like Arena on Alpine, Morty on Xterra, etc., etc. We will break that down as the day progresses, but now we got to look at the two teams heading into this grand finals, PE Sports and Morph Team. These two teams, you know, funnily enough, on week 1, Morph Team performed better than PE Sports. On week 2, it was the complete opposite. And you look at the stats, PE Sports, they outshine Morph Team on every average.
Every single average when it comes to the glue walls that are being laid out there defensively, when it comes to the assists that PE Sports get, when it comes to even the amount of HP healed out there on the battlefield, PE Sports beats down Morph Team, and they also do the exact same thing on the overall leaderboard. And nothing much changes when you look at the player head-to-head between these two teams.
And I think there's a very good explanation, right? Because how Nero leads his team and how Susanna does for Morph Team is the complete opposite. PE Sports ultra aggressive in week number 2, but Morph Team, they like to play slow. They wait until the final second or the last circle to spring into action, which was why when we look at a lot of Morph Esports Booyah, they have slightly lower amount in terms of eliminations.
And of course, Nero is just a monster all on his own, right? Supreme number of eliminations, crazy number of assists as well. But let's also take a look at the top 3 players as far as damage is concerned. Limit leads the fray with the most amount of average damage.
Yeah, followed by Saming in second place and Darko in third. Limit week 2 MVP, Saming week 1 MVP. And there's a reason these two take the spotlight. Of course, you have Darko. I wouldn't say it's a consolation prize.
Grand Finals MVP maybe.
Probably. We've seen him lead one of the best clutches in terms of final circle plays, so I'm not surprised to see Darko on that list. But we also got to talk about the weapons that these players use to be on top of that list. With the AC-80, we have the Trogon, we have the M1014.
AC-80, not only is it the most popular weapon, but it's also the weapon that dealt the most damage throughout the whole group stage, followed by the Trogon. This is just absolutely insane. The Trogon even outdoes the M1014, which is the selected gun for obliterators, those that love those 1v2, 1v3 situations.
Absolutely. But we also have to take a look at what these players select in terms of their character lineup and pets going into each game. Now I want to talk about Jonah and Yenmin just a little bit. These two guys, they both run the Steffi, but when you look at Jonah, he has the Hayato, he has the J-Beeps and Kelly, plus the Falco. So it allows him to take spot faster, but also have 1v1 potentials. When you look at Yenmin though, he swaps out the Awakened Hayato for the Luna, gives him even more movement speed in these fights, but he has the Arvon instead to give an info when he goes for these last minute push.
And Yoss's pro build instead is a more of a support player rather than an aggressive player like Jonah. Both of them bring in the Steffi, but the difference here with Yoss is his setup allows him to engage from afar with his Strobles. Beast then increases your throwing range. Alvaro's Rage Blast gives you the added damage to all of your clusters, and if he gets a knock, that's exactly where Otto is going to come in super handy. And if anybody throws those grenades right back at him, this is why he brings in that Steffi to block off all of those damage, as well as Capella to beef up his recovery ability. But of course, we will be talking a lot more about these active and passive effects later on in the game as well.
And we have to follow kind of the trend so far, and that trend has led us to Don't Cry from PE Esports, the featured player for today, running the A124, the Dreki, and of course the AC-80. But the most important thing is how much he has done for the team, right? Highest average in terms of eliminations, extreme amount of damage done. But on top of that, he was kind of the secret clutch weapon that PE Sport needs.
I mean, Don't Cry is most definitely a monster, but when you pair him up with the MVP Nero, I think PE Sports is just that over-the-top team that can even topple the two-time world champs. Let's take a look at their performance here at Bermuda with a 56% top 3 rate. A total of 4 Booyahs accumulated on Bermuda, and this is the most throughout anybody else that they have been able to achieve in the group stage.
12% higher average than First Raiders Eclipse and EVOS Phoenix. That is insane. If you're achieving top 3 rate on a single map by more than 50%, you know you're going to have a really, really good time. And now the question is, can PE Sports do it again? We have
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih, soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
Everybody thinks that they can win it. Everybody has got the confidence, but you know, confidence and the talk only go so far. They also need to walk this storyline.
Yeah, then there's a lot of things that need to be proven. This is a complete clean slate. It doesn't matter if you got 100 points, 200, or even 1,000 points in the group stage.
Yeah.
We all reset it back to 0. Well, in the group stage, you kind of have different opportunities to go up against different squads, right?
Yep.
Different platoons of players that you might have an advantage over. But can you do the same when you're placed against the other 11 teams of the best SE has to offer? Well, we're going to find out firsthand as we get ready for map 1x1.
And as we head on into Bermuda, let us remind everyone, although this could potentially be renamed as Bermuda, as PE Sports has already claimed 4 Booyahs here, they are not the team with the most number of points accumulated on this map. It's actually First Raiders with 125 alongside FW with the exact same number of points, and EVOS Phoenix comes in 3rd with 117 points accumulated. PE Sports is in 4th, so that goes to tell you, Booyahs don't mean much.
Yeah, Booyahs is just kind of the icing on the cake, you know? You buy a cupcake.
It's a flex point.
Yeah, so, you know when you buy ice cream as a child, you go out with your friend, you both order vanilla, and your friend gets the color sprinkle, right? The Booyah is the sprinkle. Makes it look pretty a bit, doesn't really do much to change the flavor. It's still the same.
I disagree. Those sprinkles are quite sweet, man.
Yeah, you make a quick trip to the ICU, a quick trip to the lobby for 2 members of Genesis Dogma SF at the start of the round. We are off to a great opening.
PE Sports at peak
3.
It just cannot get better than this. And Genesis Dogma, on the other hand, they'll have to get taken down either way. And we did see one player from the side of Magic Esports steal away 1 elimination point from PE Sports, and that gets Wasana quickly eliminated. Now PE Sports flanking around Genesis Dogma. 1 quick nade up, followed by DNP and his Powerful. Borges goes down as well, and it looks like Genesis Dogma have given up in this round.
What?
Yeah? What?
What? And Bermuda. We were questioning if they would rename this map. I think that they have already planned out the entire route.
Not yet. You see, they've got the most number of Booyahs. If they also have the most number of points, then I think that gives Garena a very, very
good reason.
A solid reason, right? A very solid reason to rename this map, but they don't have it yet. Maybe after this game.
So yesterday we had a discussion whether the teams are gonna come out the gates fast in the grand finals, because back in the days people would play really slow, right? You don't want to mess up 1 out of 6 rounds. You have 18 rounds now. Teams are just going guns blazing, and PE Sports with this wipeout is a big blow to GD, who traditionally needs some time to ramp up.
2 ways you can do this, right? You can go guns blazing and you can try to collect as many points as possible and potentially put out a few opportunities there for you to mess up and also recover in the future games. Or you could take the safer route by playing it as slow and as careful as possible, guaranteeing yourself average number of points for all 18 matches. And average points, 18 matches back to back, usually puts you up in the top 3.
Yeah, we have seen these 2 scenarios across the 2 years plus, right? Either you go off to a hot start, you give yourself such a big cushion that you can mess up a little bit in the middle, or you gradually ramp it up. But for PE Sports, I think this is more of sending a message than being off to a great start. You are literally declaring war against all the other teams. Can you imagine being any other teams and then you just see a full squad wipe 1.5 minutes into the round? That does not feel good at all.
It doesn't feel good, but I think war has been declared, Husky. Even before the competition started, everybody wants it for themselves. Dude, it's $100,000 on the line. Right?
That is true.
It is war. It's war even before we stepped in here. But I agree with what you're saying. I mean, it's a huge statement from the one and only PE Sports after such a dominant run within the group stages on this map to show up here today strong as well. Yep, it's a huge statement. It's also a huge call out to any of the other teams who want to take over their dominant spot at Bermuda.
And I think it's also fair to say that when you look at the regions by average in terms of performance, we put MCPS aside because we only have Expand, right?
Yes.
You look at Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia. Indonesia is now ranked 3rd in FFSI
yes.
because all 4 teams, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th.
Yep.
That's not looking good. That doesn't look the best
Yeah.
when you come in from into the grand finals. But they need to change that. And GD has been knocked out. That's your first seed from the region, by the way.
I was laughing because SPTC, they're just driving straight in towards E Arena, spotted one player, hit that quick U-turn, parked the car by the side of the slope so that it doesn't explode. This is a very smart play by SPTC, but now they're stuck in the open. Nobody's flanking from the left or right, and as I say that, Artemis chooses to be the flanker.
Yeah, Shalab is already pushing in, and that's why SPTC are forced to respond to this. Look at the amount of glue walls that they've set out. AJ, Shalab again, gaining as much distance as possible. SPTC knows that this is what Arena likes to do. They use that Riptide Rhythm to push shut up back, and this is going to slow down the offense of E Arena, but it puts Hand in such a bad spot. He's going to get sandwiched by 3 members of SPTC. No one could save him. Orgus with the first knock.
Mac 10, fantastic. Hand down on the ground, and the 3 players, they move away. They are disengaging. SPTC does not want any bit of this fight, and the next defensive compound is still quite far away. So they expose their backs, leaving E Arena the opportunity to chase them down. Tyson's away. Mini Uzi in hand. Artemis holding their backs with the AC-80. That's not going to work at all. Tyson goes so far away just to get taken down by the AC-80.
Oh no!
And SPTC with a horrible decision-making moment, and they get wiped by E Arena.
You know what the insult to injury is? Orgus used the car that they left behind to chase them down.
That was insane because at the very start of that engagement, even as E Arena was rushing towards them, SPTC had the advantage. They were tagging them up with the Alvaro clusters. I'm not so sure exactly why they backed away, but that was a horrible decision and they paid a high price for it.
And the worst part was when they backed away, they left Hand out in the open. Nothing he could do.
Yeah.
He was the one, I believe, who drove in, right? The car was beside him, and it was just a very unfortunate start for SPTC. Down to 10 teams. 6 minutes in, GRC Aphrodite with FW Esports in their sights. As a Morph team, on the other hand, taking it slow as always.
E Arena will be very thankful to SPTC for that blunder of a gameplay as they've picked up 4 easy points. And now Homer will slow down the approach of GRC. Jamelo backs away alongside Boon James. Fi's not going in for the rush, and he is the main slayer of the team of GRC. Let's see exactly what the squad does. GRC hangs back as FW Esports disengages. Yes, we see some aggression at the start of Bermuda, but a majority of the teams just do not want to play early.
I don't know if my eyes were playing a trick on me, but I saw one character on either on the side of GRC or FW that we have not seen before. I would need to check back in a bit. But for now, we see that standstill between FW and GRC.
Yeah.
They both are controlling almost the center of the zone. You look at this circle, right? Magic Esports, they might be stuck on that bridge because they gotta get through EVOS Phoenix.
And EVOS Phoenix positioning themselves well in the, not in the middle, but well in a great compound for the next safe zone. So let's see how this blue forces the rest of the players in towards the rest of them in here. Pochinok taken over by EVOS Phoenix, and it looks like they're commanding the whole space. MGE trying to come across that bridge. They do not want to swim a little bit later. There is a potential that the circle does end up on their side, but they are making a guess that it is not going to happen that way. Morph team drops by Pochinok as well, but it's a big space, big enough to handle both of these squads.
Morph team generally doesn't like to take these early fights, but in this spot, you have to be ready to respond to these aggressions, right? And Morph team, they still decide to take it slow. Team Flash, they're going to kind of gate crash the compound of PE Sports. Big fight that Team Flash needs to win, but so far they are taking chip damage from their own RGS 50. That's not looking too good. Rip God only down to 70 HP, and Shin gets dropped by New K. And there's nothing that FL could do to save him. Nuke even puts up the glue wall to keep himself safe. Bloody gets sniped by Knifefan from 10 miles away. Team Flash walks straight into a trap.
Bloody down on the ground, Ripgod patches himself up real quick. 3 more players left on the side of Team Flash. On the other side of Kotatua, FW Esports already inching in closer and closer to this engagement, waiting for the opportune moment to strike both PE Esports as well as Flash. Boonjame from afar, it's going to be that AC-80 in action, but it will serve him well to play this a little bit more patiently. Now both the teams of PE Esports and Flash know that there's a third party awaiting. They're going to be a little bit more careful with their engagement.
I have a feeling that Team Flash needs to somehow push PE Esports out of this area so that they could have more safe haven to work with.
Yeah.
Easier said than done though. PE Esports are very spread out. They have the members of Team Flash pinned down, but Aloncorn isn't making it any easier for PE Esports. He is sniping both DNP and Don't Cry from that high ground.
Team Flash is not going to do much because they thank good heavens that FW Esports came out of nowhere interfering in this fight, and that slows down the attack of PE Esports. Flash gets to recover, Flash gets to patch themselves up and prepare for the next impending battle that will ensue any moment now as FW looks to reposition themselves. Nero from afar, he has got the Groza as well as the Trogon in hand. As they rip around, it's going to be Ripgod with the M1014. Now this guy's going to be a Slayer, but only if he can get close enough.
Yeah, there's an Argus 50 on Team Flash also, but they're not willing to use it just yet. And they bought so much time. Expand, they are on the other side of the high ground. So now you have a 4-team conflict in this area. And I wonder if Expand would take the fight against FW, right?
Yeah.
Because you already have FW hounding on PE Esports and Team Flash. PE Esports making the first move on the run along Corn. You need to get a bit more tags than just those 2 shots. And it's just not enough. Gets Nukato at the very end, but wall save, just in time. PE Esports, are they really going to be able to get Nuke out of this? It would be massive if they do so. So much glue wall expended, but it will be worth it if they are able to get him out.
What a golden glue wall laid out there. I have no idea who popped that out, but that was a masterful glue wall. And PE Esports very quickly abandons the area, leaving Flash all in the hands of FW. From the opposite side, Expand does not make a move at all. Boonjame stops by, but he gets knocked down instantaneously. Off-screen Saming does make a quick work of Souza as well as his team member as well. Team First Raiders Eclipse having a tough time going up against MGE. Alongcon brings Boonjame right back in, but First Raiders are getting toasted by Saming.
And in the meantime, Team Flash, they are holding on to this so well. Gime Low, he cannot stay here for any longer, and Ripgod clips in on the very end and fights the finisher. While that was happening, PE Esports was like, alright baby, you guys can take this, you are our first seed, you are strong, just deal with FW while we try to hit into the circle for the Booyah. There is a secondary squad there, so PE Esports, they gotta be ready. Meanwhile, EA, they're gonna run into Expand, a team that they have been having a decent time eliminating in the group stage. Expand here for revenge.
Fantastic repositioning by PE Esports, but as we continue, Shut Up finds X-Roy out in the open. Drogon pushes up forth as well as Shut Up does manage to go ahead and take him out of the equation. Argus with the RGS-50. Cobra goes down, too fast down to the ground as well. Can we see them recover? Answers no. Out of the 10th spot is Expand as E-Arena picks up their 9th elimination.
E-Arena coming off to an incredibly hot start. 9 points already, and they are looking unstoppable. FW Esports forced to slow down thanks to that very drawn-out attempt to get PE Esports and Team Flash. This is one of the more underwhelming trades, right? You end up losing one member for nothing, but PE Esports, they do find themselves trapped out in the open with GRC hounding on them from afar. DNP and UK are the only 2 members from PE Esports in that area.
Very smart repositioning by PE Esports, but now that puts them out pretty much in the open with one boulder behind them, not even in front of them. And with GRC continuously annoying them, sending shot after shot, forcing them to use their utilities pretty early before that final fight. From the back, it's going to be a potential backstab by FW Esports. Fixer finds Ripgod. Team Flash still struggling to get out of that compound. First by FW and then finished off by them as well. But FW now, 2 players approaching PE Esports. This is the moment for PE Esports to rise up to the occasion once again.
Magic Esports running straight into Evo's Phoenix. There is someone supporting from afar. FR down out in 9th place. Jonah in a 1v2 gets punished by Donbu. You'll love to see it by Magic Esports. Already wants to provide some help of Wasana with good glue wall and some campfire. It's going to prevent already for doing much. Wasana down to 7 HP, still holding on as Donbu drops. But the rest of Evo's Phoenix completely dispatched by Saming. They dismantle the team.
Classic EVOS Phoenix just not showing up on day one, game number one. They will try to set up a huge comeback gameplay to rile the casters up later on. I am pretty sure that's going to happen. But E Arena on the other hand, Morph team on the left, P Esports on the right. Can they get out of this fix as Fixer backs away? Max 7, 67 HP left. The guy still survives, drops the Steppy. He has got an opportunity now to shut down the one and only Pew. And with good glue wall pulled up by Susanna. He can't find Susanna, backed up by another team member on the side of Morph team as well. And they still continue. Shut Up finally puts him down. Yanbin recovers the whole team of Team Flash. Donbu finds Raz. It's just all out chaos. And E Arena just walking out of it not scratched.
Yeah, the pillars of Morph team are slowly collapsing. E Arena, they just heal themselves back up. This is going to be it. The final hurrah to completely get rid of Morph team. You see the ice grenade being thrown out as well. FW out in 7th place. As the long snipe actually narrowed, taking them out. But Fixer finds Susanna as P Esports. They want to chip into this, but E Arena is not going to let anyone interfere with their road to dominance. Don't Cry finds Fixer. That is a good start, but Don't Cry ends up going down. Orgus also chips in P Esports to no chance against E Arena.
Yep, they were just a little bit too rushed in there, and they had to pay the big price. E Arena, MGE on the other hand, Saming 40 HP. Ice Grenade will tag him up. In the meantime, Morph team gets taken out by E Arena. Ripcord goes down. Team Flash has got nothing on MGE. Saming traded out by Shin, and he needs to get taken out instantaneously. Donbu with a double nade thrust in front of him. Mini Uzi in hand. Rate of fire is going to be high, but the damage is not going to be a lot at all. Graven moves in to see if or not he can tag them up, but it is the one and only MGE holding on for the their lives as Team Flash does not dare go in for the push.
But 18 Deer was able to get rid of Donbu though from afar. And maybe MG would turn their attention to get rid of 18 Deer. But if they do that, E Arena will see this going on. This final circle heating up very rapidly. Team Flash only down to 2 members, both at low health. As Shut Up start the sniping and Team Flash out in a flash. And MG on the other hand, well, you get some sort of damage in, but E Arena, they're just coming to clean you up. Craven needs some help. Wasana can't do it in time, it seems. As Craven, well, barely gets back up on his feet, only to get shot down by Shut Up as it turns the corner. MGE getting absolutely dispatched. It's Wasana against 2 members, and Wasana is out. E Arena right out the gates of this grand finals.
Wow, this is just an absolute insane run by E Arena. They pick up a booyah on Bermuda, and it was no small booyah. They were on fire from the start all the way down to the end. Massive number of eliminations, and they're going to obviously shoot up to the top of the leaderboard and make it super difficult for the rest of the teams to reach them.
First round, and E Arena comes out and does this. We thought P Esports, hot GD, and they're like, first seed of Indonesia, step aside. And then you have E Arena, first seed of Thailand, basically bulldozing through the entire round. I don't think they even stopped, AJ.
And E Arena barely showed up in week 1, and we were wondering what in the world happened to the first seeded team out of Thailand. And they showed us that they are not going to be lying down and taking the beating. They are going to be dishing back a few of the thrashing on their own. They showed up big in week 2. But in the grand finals, my oh my, this is a great way to kick things off for E Arena. And it all started off against SPTC. And I believe SPTC gave them that solid confidence that they can just go rushing at people and still walk away the victors.
And that's something that E Arena has been really good at doing and has been, I would say, abusing a lot, right? Just the raw, unadulterated confidence. They have no fear of death. They don't care what happens to them because all they want to do is to run at you. It's like a bunch of Vikings, right? Just ancient barbarians. Run at you, take you out, get some points, get the booyah. Obviously, against SPTC, the passive nature of SPTC gave them that first move, but you saw how E Arena just took it and they ran all the way until the end.
And of course, the engagement between EVOS and Magic, this just ended prematurely because it was Jonah that got initially tagged up as well as down by Donbu's grenade launcher. And you know, when you take out the MVP Jonah, the task of shutting down EVOS Phoenix just becomes so much more easier. And it was exactly that. MGE continued to run on into Team Flash to meet them halfway, almost putting them out of the equation, only to, of course, take their eyes off for a tad bit for E Arena to take the drop on them.
And that actually is kind of a case study for you to see how to be aggressive and how to punish aggression. Right? If you're SBTC, you're looking at game 1 and you're like, well, we probably should have just took up that fight. But if you're EVOS Phoenix, you're like, well, we probably should have considered the circumstances. Having a grenade launcher changes a lot. But if you are E-Arena, you are completely happy with this opening 31 points to start off the grand finals. I mean, you could not have asked for anything else.
I mean, you could have asked for a record-breaking start to the grand finals, but I guess that's asking for a little bit too much, I guess. But, you know, a little bit of a misplay there by Sa Ming. He brings in the Iris. Iris was available for the pop, but instead of going aggressive, he wanted to wait for the rest of his team members to recover a little bit first, and they used that tower as a bit of defense, not really expecting the rush from E-Arena. E-Arena got a knock and instantly knew that they popped that Steffi. They didn't want to toss wasteful nades at them. They didn't want to give the spot to MGE to recover even a tad bit. They go in for the rush, and that was a smart decision by E-Arena.
Absolutely. There are only two players that run the Iris. One of them is Sa Ming, but in these final circle CQC, it becomes slightly less effective, right? You would rather have a Steffi, you would rather have an A124, or you would rather just be E-Arena with a massive 19 eliminations in game number 1, with Limit being the MVP, continuing to carry the team on his back.
Yeah, I mean, Limit, there's a reason why he was the MVP of a whole week, right? This guy really knows how to put on the damage and pull the elimination points for the team. But the backup by Shut Up as well as Orgus earlier was just absolutely fantastic. Limit brings in the Skylar, Riptide Rhythm, continuously downing each and every single one of those glue walls in a timely manner. And look at his setup, man. You've got the Moko Raphael as well as Maro making Limit's AWM absolutely fatal out there on the battlefield.
On top of that, they run 0 Steffi. This is how you know E-Arena only cares about fighting you in your face. Double Chrono, A124. They have tools to break your glue off. They have tools to avoid all these close range damage. If you have a grenade launcher, we have 2 time turners. And we disable your abilities. We do not care what you have.
It's all about the timing. And E-Arena had every single attack on perfect timing. Once again, 6 eliminations coming through from this guy. Brings in the Woodpecker of all things. And dude, you've already got the Maro and Raphael. You're already going to get the extra bit of damage from the range. You are going to make sure your opponents bleed out. You've got the Moko to tag them up. You've got a Woodpecker, a long-range gun that has got a fantastic rate of fire as well, with the ability to penetrate through the armor. What can you need?
And he can break glue walls. And he has Arvon. I mean, he has... This guy's playing with packs.
Absolutely.
That's the... From his characters, of course. Top 3 weapons for game 1. Again, Trogon, the AC-80, and the RGS-50. Pretty... We saw a lot of RGS-50 in game 1, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Team Flash had one, MGE had one also, but overall, nothing much has changed. But I think, you know, it's time for us to take a while to talk about the lack of Steffi on E-Arena. We talk so much about Steffi. Prevents grenades to be effective, prevents, you know, all these explosive. Chrono does the same, but prevents bullet shots as well.
Yeah, it does, prevent those bullet shots. Steffi does give you a little bit of a damage reduction, but I guess it's not as effective as Chrono in those open-out battles, right? Let's take a quick look at the match standings for Game 1 real quickly here. E-Arena, once again, they get a massive 31 for Game number 1, followed by Magic Esports with a total of 22 to their side. PE Sports manages to rake up a total of 13, but look at down at the bottom. You've got teams like First Raiders, EVOS Phoenix, as well as Expand, just picking up 1, 2, and 3 points. That's a little bit too much for some of these top flight teams.
EVOS Phoenix also got 3 points. 3 placement points. They didn't even get a single elimination this game thanks to Magic Esports. Well, at least we know which teams decided that, you know what, guys? Game 1, the grand finals, we're gonna drop from the plate and we will try to run everyone down. Magic Esports, E-Arena, GRC Aphrodite of all teams, PE Sports. These 4 teams are off to a hot start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's just the tip of the iceberg for the day. We have just kicked things off. 5 more matches to go, but we got to take a quick short break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
ภาพของทีมนะครับก็2วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ ตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก 1ครับผม แต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่ 2 ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. The nade comes through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down, FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เดียรีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
ยาลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already lu panutan gua banget sih.
จีอะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first. Leave turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leave do it? Max 7. He does. Moshi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
E-Arena started off the grand finals, should I say, breaking the speed barrier, basically running through every team for a booyah and 19 eliminations, totaling up to a massive 31 points, and it's time for the grand review. I'm an E-Arena supporter. Look at me dressed in all full red. My name is Husky, and of course this is the E-Arena not supporter, the Mustachio AJ.
Unfortunately, I don't believe in the E-Arena run because I've got data with me, right? But it's just so fantastic to see how both E-Arena and MGE open things up. MG drops at Sentosa, E-Arena directly opposite of them on the other side of the map, and they just both basically cleared house all the way towards the middle, with E-Arena basically getting multiple backstabs and walking away from battle after battle, wiping out close to 5 squads on the way to that final circle, which is just ridiculous if you ask me. How did they even have enough loot to face off team after team and not really struggle? I don't have any idea.
They take out one team, they grab their loot, use that loot to take up the second team and grab that second team's loot, and the cycle.
It's like the perfect idea to set up a business, and that's how you make money. You set up a small thing, you get your income, you spend it into something else, you get a bigger income, so on and so forth. E-Arena about to be millionaires. But are they going to be 100,000 USD richer? We will find out. Not at the end of today, at the end of 3 days of Grand Finals. Once again, this is going to be game number 2 of day number 1 of the Grand Finals. And we are now moving on into Purgatory, where EVOS Phoenix usually will be one of the threats within the final circle.
67% top 3 rate. Incredible. FW has 60% and FR only has 40%. You see the big gap between these two teams. But I would also like to make a disclaimer, right?
Tell me.
Any other maps aside from Bermuda, when you look at these statistics, is slightly inflated because we play so much more Bermuda than Purgatory, Alpine, and Xterra. But either way, the fact that EVOS Phoenix finished like what? 1/3 of Purgatory, well actually 2/3 of Purgatory in top 3 is a very telling sign of how dominant they are.
And not only do they finish in top 3, they also managed to pick up 1 Booyah, and they are the team that has picked up the most number of points in Purgatory so far. So you can pretty much call them the kings of Purgatory, and that is pretty fitting for your 2-time world champs. They send everybody to Purgatory when they're done with them.
Basically, yeah. I'm not sure if that's...
They're quite fair. You know, they don't sell you directly to hell or heaven. You know, go to Purgatory. Get answer for your sins first.
I'm pretty sure that is like beyond hell. You know, that's...
Dude, Purgatory is not beyond hell. Purgatory is before hell.
So right in the middle.
Right in the middle. Purgatory is between heaven and hell.
So what if you escape Purgatory? Do you enter heaven?
You can't escape Purgatory.
So basically it's not fair. It's not because you are guaranteed to be in there, right?
No, you go to Purgatory and then they see whether you have sinned or you have not sinned.
So if you have not sinned, it's a gateway to heaven.
Something like that. I'm not a very religious person, but something along those lines.
Because you said it's fair, right? So that is my assumption.
Oh, my mama. Genesis Dogma, what are you doing?
Please,
those are the wrong dogs to pick on.
Please, not again, GD. Like, I don't want to see them get wiped out 2 games in a row. GRC, they don't run into Expand, but it's just 1 player, and that guy is Leem. So that guy getting knocked out, not too big of a deal. Get high. He's on the floor.
And already reviving.
He's ready for this.
Jonah almost down. Borges and Yos. Flanking from the right is going to be Dels as well as the one and only Kiki going in for Moshi. Moshi with the mini Uzi. Borges, can he get him? Jonah manages to get away in the nick of time. But if that revival hits before the rest of Team EVOS gets taken down, it's only going to play against EVOS Phoenix. But Jonah turns around, takes Borges out of the equation. And that's something Genesis Dogma did not expect. But what a shot by Yos. Already, dude, the timing's perfect for EVOS. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? If he gets that revive before the rest of the team gets taken down, it's not going to fare well. But he timed it so well. And I think EVOS Phoenix also forced themselves to get taken out by Genesis Dogma so that he can have that opportunity. Supremely planned by your 2-time world champs. Dude, who gets eliminated just to get revived?
The only time that it is acceptable to die, you know, to kind of give yourself away. Both teams get some free points to start it off. Meanwhile, the Axel, pressured by 2 members, actually gets Bunjin. What a snipe! But the grenade launcher actually flew before Bunjin gets knocked, so Axel ends up getting knocked down, and now he is pretty much going to get taken out. A bit unfortunate on the timing, but a good attempt from Axel nonetheless.
Axel all alone. I'm just not digging this at all. Too fast. Backing him up. Let's see if he can find some. Yes, he does. Finds double. FW dealing with Expand, and Tufa still holding the fort all on his own. Grenade after grenade. Drogon brings it out, and it is going to be an opportunity for that RGS-50 to do the damage as well. Alongcon backs away. Gemello has to face the one and only Tufas, but he better watch out. The flank comes through from the right.
They're going to try and pincer in from both angles. RGS-50 not the best weapon in this close range. Too fast! Oh, winning it out with the Drogon! That's too fast. Building his reputation right now on the big stage. Oh, gets dropped. Expand. A hot start. 4 points already.
I don't know where Roy is, but Roy quickly got put out of commission by PE Sports. Too fast, 3 eliminations. Now this is the captain of Team Expand, and he has got the least number of eliminations on Expand. And you would think that's an embarrassing start for a captain, but let me remind you guys as well that he has the most number of assists in comparison to anybody else out there throughout the whole group stage. This guy is always tagging, walking away, continuously flanking, getting into good positions, also to rescue the team, where he allows the rest of his team members to get those elimination points. A truly selfless leader, Too Fast is.
When you need him to step up, he can clutch fights also, right?
Oh,
We've
yeah.
seen him done it multiple times. Expand, they know exactly what the job is. Get rid of Knifefan so that he doesn't revive the entire team. Cobra and Too Fast, can they make this happen though? 1v2, the zone is about to get capped, but MG are nearby. They need to get this done as soon as possible. Knifefan getting pushed from both angles. Cobra takes him out, and now they gotta find a bit of time. Their revival point just at the very end. Expand steals it away.
Expand manages to take that away from FW, but Cobra gets slain by SBT's Neo. Too fast. Can he respond? Answers no. He gets taken out of the equation as well. And it was a great steal of that revival point because the rest of Team Expand gets brought right back in.
Only 2 members, but good enough to keep them going. FW biting the back end of that. Evo's Phoenix, on the other hand, was able to somehow get Borges from afar with that mini Uzi of all guns. As Dels gets knocked out, Borges also drops.
Evos literally coming back in here for a little bit of revenge gameplay. How dareth thee take us down at the start of a match? Genesis Dogma, all they can say is, I'm sorry, master, whilst they run away. And Neo sniped perfectly by Saming, the absolute deadly eye, and he didn't even need to pop that iris.
It didn't even need the glue wall. This guy is standing out in the open with a sniper rifle, and he gets that 6th shot.
Ooh, nice.
MGE, they're gonna be on that revival point, which has expired. GD might expire very soon. What a shot from Kiki! Yoss actually gets Moshi also. GD, the rest of the team is already back. Evo's Phoenix getting punished. Already not doing too well. Jonah also by his side, but Evo's Phoenix knows that this fight is done. Well, I guess...
Again already? Already he's gonna do it again?
He's gonna do it again? I tell you, GD... We thought that was the dialogue between these two teams, and now GD was like, psych!
Already is gonna go for it. Yoss approaching. He takes the left. And he does spot already. AC-80 already backs away behind the turret. And this revival point is gonna be able to save the whole of Team Evo's Phoenix. But the flank from the right-hand side, look at Dels with the vehicle. He's going in solo. Dels, do you think that's a good idea? Time turner popped out by already. M1887, he just needs to pop out of that time turner and get him. And from afar, Yoss nails it down with the AC-80. Kiki in the meantime gets sacrificed, but Yoss finds already, puts him down. And Team Evo's Phoenix goes in for the push once again.
Jonah's gonna try and buy someone back. And he will buy 2 of them before he gets drawn off. At the very last second, Jonah saves his squad. But you know what is unfortunate? Expand got knocked out.
Come on, Evos. Don't fly away. Come back. Come back to Marblework, says Genesis Dogma.
The funniest thing is that all 7 points were from Evo's Phoenix.
That's insane for Genesis Dogma, who pretty much scraped through the grand finals in their own... Okay, I can't say scrape through because GRC, they are the true scrapers through. Scrapers through.
What did Evo's Phoenix say? Good job.
Don't know which English school I went to, but I assure you I did not pass my exams.
It's okay. I saw the character again. Hold on, I need to go on a mission to uncover what was being ran just now. And this is the 2nd time I saw that character.
On which player?
What was the team we were on? Was it FW? It was so fast, honestly.
Could have been FR. Saming pops the iris. Gets the information. Nope. 2nd shot does not connect with any players around the area. He needs 1 more shot towards the glue wall, but I think Iris's time has run out, and that's pretty much a waste from the side of Saming. In the meantime, Wasana pushes up 4th. First Raiders Eclipse have already barricaded themselves up with some pretty decent glue walls up top on the hill. They have got that bird's eye view as well. Darko goes down. Lozzie tries to respond, finds absolutely no one. The grenade does not connect. Wasana shows up from nowhere, and First Raiders Eclipse taken out before they can even do much.
At neck-breaking speed, Magic Esports 7 kills. As Evo's Phoenix, well, Jonah, he's back to life for the 2nd time. After all of that.
Come on, I just want to see Evos go up against Genesis Dogma again.
The stats not doing too good for Evos. Nah. It's like 3-7, okay?
But this is what you expect from the Undying Phoenix. They are named Evos Phoenix for a reason. They need to die first to show you exactly what the true capability of a Phoenix is.
Yeah, it's a bit tough when some of your members have died twice, okay? They're getting farmed by GD.
I dare make fun of EVOS Phoenix because there's just no way you can put this team down and out so quickly. E-Arena will miss a buffet opportunity as they choose to play defensive within this compound as Team Flash rotates right outside, I would say under their noses. MGE, on the other hand, will find a couple of glue walls with nobody behind it, but SPTC just skirting around this next circle.
MGE gets some... MGE, just like us, we get some time to finally breathe as these teams have been ultra aggressive. I say these teams, but there's only a few. You know, MGE,
Genesis Dogma.
Genesis Dogma. That, well, at least they get to play this game. Yeah. Last round they only played 1.5 minutes. Not
getting burned by Husky Genesis Dogma. That must hurt.
It's only 1.5 minutes of playtime, man. That's not much to work with. EA, they're gonna start getting pressured by Team Flash from the low ground. But Team Flash deciding to back off, keep that distance. You don't want to take this fight. But the bad news is that they have to pick their poison. More team or EA.
How often do you see Genesis Dogma leading the fray with the most number of eliminations? That's insane, man. And if Genesis can keep this up, it looks like they are going to have a lot of... It's happening! It's happening! Get high, come on. Get high. Mochi from the left. And it looks like it is about to happen yet again. Genesis Dogma rotating straight towards EVOS Phoenix. Get high just dropped. There's no way Dels as well as Borges did not see that. EVOS Phoenix trying their very best to rush straight away from the side of Genesis Dogma, but it's just about a time before the Indonesians catch up.
There's a chance Jonah runs straight to the revival point because there's one there where he can bring his team back for the third time, or for some of them. The bad news is that on the other side of that zipline is Team Flash. So EVOS Phoenix don't really have much places to go. They really want to take the zipline. It is journey straight into Team Flash.
Look at that brotherly love, healing each other out in the open. Team Flash watching all of this go down, wondering if or not they want to tag up EVOS Phoenix. But they choose to play it safe. E-Arena now with an opportunity to do exactly that, but E-Arena as well backs away, thinking that they want to find that final circle. A lesser aggressive side of E-Arena this time round, and I don't think that's a good thing for the rest of these teams.
You say that, but they have taken spot right in the middle of More Team and Team Flash. And now, this is going to put them in the center, but it also gives them a lot of control over these two teams. They get to pick their fight.
We saw this exact same setup earlier on as well. In the meantime, EVOS Phoenix just going for a swim because why the hell not?
They only have 3 glue walls on Moshi and 1 med kit. These guys have spent most of the round reviving them. There's actually not much to them, and already they're getting sniped from afar by Yan Bin. EVOS Phoenix just not catching a break.
EVOS Phoenix, I am so excited to see exactly how they come back from this abysmal start, but I have no doubt that they will do exactly that. EVOS Phoenix went swimming earlier. Genesis Dogma showing that they have got good flippers as well. They go for a quick swim. Tagged up, albeit from the side of Team Flash. And now they get shot at as well. Shin! Who pulled up that glue wall?
Oh no, the drone also slowed him down. Whichever Homer drone that hit him really messed him up. But thank goodness they brought him back up. As already, they're taking some damage from More Team. The battle has already begun on 2 different fronts. Team Flash trying to keep GD behind as E-Arena struggles to get their own teammates back up. Orgus is going to be back on his feet as Fixer needs help also, but GRC not letting EA breathe.
Morph Team, fantastic snipes towards E-Arena, and Team Flash continues the onslaught against Genesis Dogma, dropping their players back-to-back with no eliminations just yet. PE Sports now taking out the one and only EVOS Phoenix. Team Flash does not want to wait. They bring in a burning truck all the way to the doorstep of the one and only Genesis Dogma as EVOS Phoenix gets put out in the 9th spot. Glue wall melters courtesy of Genesis Dogma. Bloody stands back with the 8 M82B, continuously penetrating through those glue walls, hitting Genesis Dogma, flank from Yan Bin. Yan Bin gets tagged up. He cannot push on fourth, but Del's on the ground. 3 more players left here for Genesis.
They also have to worry about More Team, who is watching this unfold from afar. This train track, not the best area to fight, and all these glue wall melters, all these grenades are being tossed in as well. GD forced into the open, into the hands of Team Flash, who have been waiting for them as Ripguard. He's going to make contact in the corner alongside Yan Bin. Yoss gets naded by Ripguard and taken out, as you also have Bloody supporting from afar. This is perfect for Team Flash.
It's a fantastic attacking maneuver coming through from Team Flash, and leaving Bloody with the M82B is just the perfection, right? The icing on the cake as the rest of them go in for a rush. But Dels clutches it out alongside Kiki. Dels and Kiki both up on their feet, and now it's Bloody all alone. Lonely. He is so lonely. We'll get back to him a little bit later. GRC in the meantime, 18 Dia down on the ground, gets eliminated as well as Neo brings out that nade out of nowhere. SBTC finally makes their way into the circle with MGE waiting smack dab in the middle of it.
And GD clutches against Team Flash, keeping 2 members alive. 11 kills. Arena also got knocked out. But Dels brings Kiki back out there. Blueto's gonna knock him again. Kiki needs to somehow bring his health back.
On kicks.
And he is gonna hold on just in time. Dels, he's gonna send himself into the circle. There is a chance that Kiki doesn't make it, but he was able to use that medkit just in time. Now Dels, right in the middle of this battlefield, has the time turner and an arsenal to use as a temporary bunker. But they have to plan their next move quickly. Kiki gets knocked. He is gonna be out.
Yep, Dels in the bunker, made it in just in time. Ambot did not miss a beat as he manages to take that Pharma straight towards the team member of Kiki. How unfortunate for him. Liam loses his life. He has got the least number of eliminations for his team, so it's not going to hurt them all that too much. He is not the Rager, but he is that best support player that can bring them back in a pinch. In the meantime, it's going to be Genesis Dogma holding on to the bunker, and looks like the circle hunts them down.
Yeah, Genesis Dogma and GRC, 2 members. Dels, that trip mine. He's thinking about it. Walk on forward. He gets 18 Deer. He wins, of course, as he does have a better weapon, so 18 Deer losing out this one. Unfortunate, but GRC still has 1 guy left alive who is still flying down. Raz, just stop bringing 18 Deer back to his death. This man has suffered enough. Is that what Purgatory is? You just get revived and killed off once again?
It's not what Purgatory actually is. By the way, SPTC storming the front as they knew there was only 1 player there. Quickly puts him out of his misery. In the meantime, PE Sports still taking shot up shot from team. And this is now a little bit too late for Team PE Sports to go and make a move. The circle as Morph Team makes a move first. Circle's gonna tag them up and PE Sports gets eliminated purely by the blue circle.
Yeah, they push the bunker, but the blue zone instantly punishes them for that aggressive maneuver. Morph Team in the meantime is gonna try and take on Magic Esports. GRC also around that area. But SBTC fighting more team outside of the building. This is going to be a very messy fight. MGE trying to find the remaining members of GRC Aphrodite. Have not seen them just yet. Dawnbu, Chargebuster in hand. They're going to turn their attention over to Morph Team. Alvaro Cluster coming through from Susanna, getting the initial knock. Pew also shows up. Tyson supporting from afar. A 3-way fight between these teams. MGE down to 2 member. Wasana also drops. Morph Team bulldozes through them, and GRC also falls.
Morph Team doing fantastic against MGE. Summing right in front, but that sniper cannot do much. SPTC has got the most perfect play. They got the bunker to back them up, and now they finally rush into the fray. Artemis circles around. That Max 7 is going to put out Ma'al, and it's just 2 more players for them to deal with, and SPTC has got this Booyah in hand. 1 final one. Ambot puts up a good play, but SPTC with a fantastic second Booyah of the day.
Where has this team been? I mean, they were one of the quieter ones in the entirety of the group stage.
Yeah.
But they show up with a Booyah on game number 2. Neo as our game 2 MVP. Definitely a breath of fresh air to see these boys on the silver screen.
One of 2 ways you can pick up that Booyah, pick up the most number of points on the battlefield. You can get aggressive like E-Arena, or you can play passive like SPTC and just reposition in a timely manner. They saw a bunker. They saw 1 player within that bunker. They kind of calculated their chances, rushed on in there, out in the open without using their utilities, because all of the fight was on the opposite side of the map. And that was the perfect decision coming through for SPTC. They take out the player from the bunker, and that was unfortunately Genesis Dogma. And that just leads them to having a perfect defensive spot when nobody looked at and nobody shot at Husky.
Yeah, I wonder if we are sleeping on SPTC, but we definitely did not sleep on this. This felt like a halftime show of the Super Bowl between GD and EVO's Phoenix, where GD basically got 7 points just by killing EVO's Phoenix member. 7 points, AJ.
And I can't believe that's actually Genesis Dogma and not any one of these other teams, right? And obviously, no offense to Genesis Dogma, but in a usual circumstance, one would expect the 2-time world champs to make quick work of them. But this time it was just Genesis Dogma torturing them over and over again, and they almost got a 3rd encounter with them. It's just that luck just wasn't on their side. First Raiders Eclipse, they were putting up a fantastic fight against MGE, or at the very least, they had a great position to begin with, but no aggression at all led them to get wiped out.
In the opposite case was for Expand, right? Very aggressive against FW, but caught out in the open at the most unfortunate timing, leading to their eliminations. I think they finished that round not in 12th place, but they have 5 eliminations, right? It is a consolation prize overall. This final circle, incredibly messy. More team going in for the final push, gets the finisher onto MGE, only to get picked up by SBTC, getting a booyah and 8 eliminations, 20 points for them.
And if you ask me, that was unfortunately a misplay coming through from Expand, because you have to look at the overall grand scheme of things. Do you want an extra elimination point as well as a badge of honor for eliminating a squad, or do you want to survive into that final circle? I think they had already gotten enough from that engagement in itself, and that revival point was just way too much out in the open. Even if there was this one final player there, you can't just guess that there's nobody else within the map that's going to take a shot at you.
And unfortunately, that's the decision they made.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, you know, this is a 3-day affair. If this was just one day, I would have counted them out.
No. I'm still not counting out Expand just yet. But I'm just hoping and praying that we don't see mistakes like that, not just from Expand, but from any of the other teams out there, because it's just not worth it. Let's look at the team stats for SBTC Esports. A very subtle booyah picked up this time round for a total of 20 points, 8 of which come through eliminations, with Neo hitting 5 of those.
And Neo is not subtle at all. 5 eliminations, 2,118 damage in total. But, you know, from the overall numbers, you can clearly see that SBTC didn't really come online, didn't really activate until the very last phase of the game, which is completely fine. You know, a bit of a throwback to how Morph Team played their second week of the group stage. But we also need to look at what SBTC has been running with their team composition. And in this case, it is going to be the jack of all trades, Homer, Skylar, Steffi, A124.
And surprisingly, this is the first time we are seeing the team comp, because guess what? This is the very first booyah SBTC is getting within FFSI, and to do it on the grand finals, or the first day of the grand finals, is a fantastic way to start the final leg of the journey.
Yeah, I asked, you know, where have these boys been? I don't think I've seen their faces on the broadcast. Now we have our answer. And it's a very balanced team composition, nothing out of the ordinary, but it's also how SBTC has been playing that group stage, right? Never really making a splash, but always inserting themselves somewhere.
A124, and this is when you get into those close quarters combat. The Awaken Alvaro combined with the Beastin as the pet gets you the extra range in terms of throws, and the Awaken Alvaro just makes that into a Rage Blast cluster grenade that's going to be tagging everybody up on the battlefield. Kelly gives you the extra boost in speed, and Awaken Moko, the extra ability to mark your targets. It makes Neo quite the annihilator out there on the battlefield, even though he was not the most aggressive one. And this one here, the top 3 weapons, not big of a surprise.
The Woodpecker, AC-80, and RGS-50, so the only weapon that got replaced was the M1014. And overall, I think this is a very balanced game. You see that early to mid phase, a lot of teams were just engaging in early fights. So suddenly, the Woodpecker and AC-80 shot out in popularity due to that. RGS-50 still the top 3 favorites of these teams. We saw Expand use it, we saw FW use it extensively also in their earlier trades. This is going to be the trend for the grand finals, I assume. The current match standings, at least after that round, 20 points for SBTC Esports. Magic Esports coming in close second with 18.
And Magic Esports not going to break a sweat about this at all. They don't really care about that booyah as long as they're placing themselves in the top 3 with a decent number of eliminations. And this is exactly what that is. So Magic Esports going to be smiling all the way to the bank potentially by the end of 3 days of the grand finals. Genesis Dogma getting the 3rd spot though. This is something extremely respectable. More so because they met EVOS Phoenix, the absolute threatening EVOS Phoenix, who was coming back for revenge twice.
I'm telling you, man, 7 out of 12 kills was on EVOS Phoenix. That says a lot. Magic Esports, with 2 great rounds, puts themselves first, 40 points. E-Arena in close second with 34. P Esports, 3rd. GRC Aphrodite coming in close in 4th place.
And this is something that we don't want to see out of E-Arena, to have a fantastic run in game number 1 and then barely pick up any points in game number 2. They could at the moment be obliterating the leaderboard, but with just 2 consistent approaches by Magic Esports, they take that number 1 spot. Once again, this highlights why I prefer a slower average start from all of the teams, but just consistency all throughout, rather than, you know, an explosive round from anyone, because it's quite difficult to keep up your own pace And that usually discourages you even more as you play through these games.
And to echo your business analogy, you split your investment instead of putting everything in one basket. And I think MG are the better businessmen. We'll see if that investment pays off in terms of interest, right? We have 4 more rounds today. It's going to be Alpine coming up next. The map that E-Arena addressed the most. We'll see if they've learned anything to recover from that. We'll head to a short break and we'll come back to the snowy Alpines.
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมากแต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวีค1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวีคที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW they're going straight for limit. The nade come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบหวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะคุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
Leave turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leave do it? Max 7, he does. Mosley goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่งสิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวีคหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người. Đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của Team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của Team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là Epic Phoenix của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to die. now. It's time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire C Invitationals, and we are on the verge of jumping on into game number 3 at Alpine. I'm the Mustacho AJ down here with the one and only Husky. And what great games we've had so far. It feels like we're literally blazing through the day.
We in fact are blazing through the round so far. I was expecting, you know, a slow jog and then we ramp up. But no, the team was like, you are getting on our pace, you know, like those three-legged race, and you are running with us.
But of course, teams need to remember that this is a marathon and not a sprint. Arena, they sprinted a little bit too fast at Bermuda. They scored massive numbers of points, in fact 31, only to show up in Purgatory breathless. And when you're breathless in a marathon, you're gonna get kicked to the curb, and that's exactly what happened to them. They only pick up 3 points from Purgatory, which is quite a far cry from how they started off the day.
But it still puts them in second spot, right? 6 points away from MG, who are in first place with 40. And that's kind of the phenomenon I described earlier. You get up to a great start, and you have a decent cushion to fall back on. But Arena, they decided to use their extra life on round 2, so they gotta earn it again, and is on a map that they dread a lot. MG though, they're looking fine. 60% top 3 rate alongside with more team and Evo's Phoenix.
The fact that MGE is already in that #1 spot by the time we head on into Alpine is going to be a huge momentum booster for Magic Esports. Not only do they have the top 3 rate at Alpine at the moment, they are also the dominators of Alpine. Thus far, they've scored the most number of points in comparison to any other team. 80 points from the group stages, and the nearest one to them is actually SBTC with 63 points.
Well, you know what, AJ? They have the lowest survival time. 12 minutes and 46 seconds. That's, I believe, the third last circle. Okay.
I say most number of points. I am not talking about booyah, sir.
That is true. You have a very good point.
Just like how PE Sports has got 4 booyahs on Bermuda, and yet EVOS Phoenix sits in the #1 spot, and PE Sports is unfortunately in the 4th spot for the most number of points.
You have a very good point. You know what I want to see?
Tell me.
I want to see if Team Flash Disrespect expand again like they did last year.
No.
Forest Red. Do it.
No,
Do it, Team
they
Flash.
won't.
Drop Forest Red.
But I want to see Genesis Dogma take a little bit away from EVOS Phoenix yet again early in the matchup.
Right, there you go. Expand. What's Team Flash?
I don't know what FW is doing, but they're going to be spreading out. PE Sports is going to be meeting FW halfway. Genesis Dogma in the area around Carousel as well. And this is going to be a 3-way fight with MGE potentially picking up everything. Team Flash! Don't do it, Flash!
I think they're doing it. Well, we'll check back in a bit. PE Sports, they have some loose ends to tie up against FW. Knife Man trying to run away. GDS 3 already?
What? Genesis Dogma, are you kidding me? PE Sports finds 9fan from the side of FW, and this is just an insane start coming through from PE. Gmelo is not going to be hanging on for much longer. Nuke is going to allow him to bleed away as the long con buys 9fan right back. Arena, on the other hand, losing Sharp very early in this game, will need to deal with Morph a little bit more careful here, but the saving grace is just 2 of those players in their vicinity.
What has PE Sports awakened in GD? They're off to a hot start.
Genesis Dogma looks like they're trying to repeat their own region's qualifier to FFSI. Remember, Genesis Dogma, they finished dead last in the qualifier, 12th spot, and they ended up winning the Indonesian circuit as the first seeded team to make it into FFSI representing Indonesia. And Genesis Dogma pretty much had a similar type of performance in FFSI's group stage. They finished in the 11th out of 12 spots to qualify for the grand finals. And look at how they're flying up high. Genesis Dogma truly activates whenever we get into a finals.
Yeah, and we said, right, the Indonesia region, on average, they finish, 8th, 9th, 10th, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th. Just overall the weakest region out of Thailand and Vietnam.
Yeah.
And right now, it doesn't feel like it. But if you are GD, you're riding on this big momentum. On the other hand, you have FR about to make contact with Don't Cry Alone. Turn the corner, Darko hears all that footsteps. Don't Cry, I don't think he knows this. Not for now. He's gonna show up out of the tent. Intercepted by Darko. Don't cry. Switches to his gun. Pulls out the glue wall. Still surviving. But he's gonna go down very quickly. Darko, be careful with that Trogon. Don't blow your face off. Don't cry. He's gonna drop.
Blows up, don't cry will cry for a little bit first. In the meantime, the rest of PE Sports will focus on bringing him right back into the mix. Nobody else rushes towards First Raiders Eclipse. I'm gonna wipe that sweat off my brow because I thought they were gonna do exactly that. PE Sports a little bit too widespread out there on the battlefield. Not so sure exactly what sort of a strategy they're playing with right now, but I don't think they'll be able to back each other up from such a distance. So they gotta regroup no matter what.
Yeah, and Expand actually getting respect from Team Flash, who decided to just drop straight to Fusion. That's where the high tier loot zone is also. Which, if you're in Team Flash's position, you are happy with that trade, right? You have to fight the circle, sure, but you get the best opening loot compared to a lot of these other teams. Arena, you're going to be guarding that eastern island right out of Forest Rid, and you also have more team on that northern side with EVOS Phoenix, who is going to run into Xroy.
Expand quickly loots up the bunker just outside of Forest Red. Xroy will spot out the players from the side of EVOS Phoenix. If Xroy gets this 1v2, it's going to be a highlight moment for him, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Here comes Moshi rushing in straight towards Xroy. Get high, backing him up as well. And it looks like Xroy will manage to lead himself away to safety using Mother Nature as a little bit of backup, all thanks to this red pine trees right in front of him.
So much info. He has to pass this message back to the rest of his team, though the messenger has gotten away. It's like some of those video games that you play, if you don't shoot the messenger, the enemy gets stronger, gets reinforcement. And in this case, EVOS Phoenix are not able to get him out of the way. So Expand now has more intel on what they can do in the coming few minutes.
The intel is, guys, don't go there. I just saw someone.
I saw someone coming with a car.
We better not go there. Open bunker for a close bunker, I have to say, for EVOS Phoenix to loot up, and this is gonna just strengthen their prowess as they move on in towards this next circle. Circle seems to be very kind to everyone, just moving in, inching little by little. This is still the first circle, not a lot of damage for any stragglers right outside, and there are no teams downed and out just yet except for MGE, who's looking for a revival point. I hope we can check on them before it's too late. One final survivor will be keeping them in the game. If MGE bombs out now, that top spot once again is wide open.
I believe the last man alive is Craven, and he went out for a swim because there was no safe haven for him. Just following up on my, what do you call that? A messenger point. I think, you know, I have a suggestion for a new system for Free Fire. Proximity chat. You only hear your teammates when they're nearby. So now you will have to deliver info by running back into them.
Nah, I want proximity chat with like anyone that you kind of encounter out there on the battlefield.
That also. You just drown out people's comms with your battle cries.
Within a 5-meter radius. That's close enough to not annoy everybody else. A 5-meter radius is big enough and yet not too big.
So you have a lot of opportunities to misdirect your opponents, right? You just give out wrong calls.
You're right behind him. Take the shot now. Take the shot.
Do it. Watch out, grenade.
GRC running outside of the circle, taking advantage of the fact that it does not hurt. And I don't know about them, but I would not move in the direction that they're currently going in if they want to continue surviving. Team Flash right in front, and GRC opens fire while it's outside of the circle. I know it's the first one, but bro, what?
They also have Liam, who is already in the circle. This was why they felt so confident to take these shots. Liam can support them, but of course, if Liam goes down, then GRC has to be a bit of a problem. They actually just run back. They have no idea that this guy was behind them. Oh, Team Flash getting absolutely punished, but Yanbin was able to get the snipe onto Raz. 18 dear, he's not doing too healthy. Also, Team Flash, they're like, well, you want to poke at us? Guess what? We will run straight into the blue and we will take you out.
Yanbin has got a great position now. He's keeping an eye on the left-hand side as well. So Liam's not going to be able to find him just yet. Even if Liam does poke his head out a little bit with that power foul, Yanbin's going to be able to AC-80 that back to the lobby instantaneously. GRC tries to recover. Rip God drops by. RGS-50 sent one directly to 18 Dia. Has got the Trogon in hand as well. But glue walls all erected. One player up on the windowsill, and Raz finds Rip God. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, he tried to use the RGS-50, but the glue wall put up in time by GRC. Well, now Team Flash are in a bit of a pickle as GRC have the full team back. thanks to Lim being near a vending machine, so he revived, I believe, Raz, who got taken out early on. Yanbin put up the glue wall to get away, but they have to get through Lim. Team Flash put on the run. Lim gets Yanbin, and there's only one guy from Team Flash left.
I cannot believe this is happening to you, Team Flash. You could have gotten away a long time ago, and yet you turned around to take on GRC, albeit they were in a disadvantageous position. Now Expand has got the best opportunity above and beyond these two other teams who were already dragging this fight out long enough. Expand drops by for the finisher. Well, find 18 Dia halfway through, too fast. LMG in hand, shot after shot. GRC stuck outside of the circle, and this next circle is gonna hurt double.
You gotta find Lim though. This guy has been very, very sneaky. Expand know about this. Too fast is so close. Breeding right beside each other, but Lim he is staying completely still. And judging by the maneuvers from Expand, I don't think they know that Lim is there. They're gonna just take this launch pad and shoot towards GRC.
Wow. Wow, this is just gutsy moves coming through from Team Expand. Cobra as well as X-Roy. Raz, he drops a trip mine. Is someone gonna eat that trip mine instantaneously? Here comes that glue wall, and Raz backs himself into a corner only for X-Roy to pop him with the Trogan.
They still don't know that Lim is there. Team Flash does get wiped out by 18 Deer in the meantime. As Lim now, vending machine is gonna buy his buddies back again. This is just, this is pure torture for GRC, just getting revived again and again. But Faiz and 18 Deer, they're gonna be under the full surveillance of Expand. 18 Deer knocked down. Lim now runs out of resources, goes on the run. As Faiz also gets dropped by Cobra. Expand, they reap the reward.
Expand is going to be able to loot up enough, and so they can pretty much patch themselves up perfectly before getting into this next circle, but they do have to get a proper move on in. They cannot really use a launch pad to find a better position because you never know exactly who stands in your line of sight when you do land later on. FW Esports, on the other hand, they take on EVOS and get high. AC-80, but tosses in a quick nade first. Nade will find absolutely nothing as it is charged up a little bit too much. Get high tries yet again. Will he get it this time around? It splits apart perfectly, but the Steffi is popped at a perfectly timed moment for Get High.
They're able to push Get High away, but still ends up losing Knife Fan. Gmail is gonna follow thanks to the Blue Zone also helping out Evo's Phoenix. FW with an early exit at 11, so Evo's Phoenix continues to stay alive, purchase some of those arsenal up at the vending machine. They're gonna continue their trip into the circle.
Souza ever slowly pushing on forth. This is First Raiders Eclipse, and they are your second seed out of Indonesia. North is gonna be your point man, but he's getting shot at left, right, center. He's all alone, nobody to pick him up as well. So this is gonna be a risky maneuver for First Raiders Eclipse. They have to keep North up. And this can only be done by having North stay down and not show up anytime soon.
But the main squad is taking pressure from PE Sports. Lossie gets a good snipe from afar. Slowing down PE Sports just a little bit. Don't Cry repositions as Nero goes in for the push. Grenade in hand. Alvaro, watch out. That cluster is gonna hurt. Not really connecting onto much though. Lossie taking some chip damage from Don't Cry as the Homer drone this spot out where Don't Cry is. He even uses the A124, negating all these abilities from FR, and now PE have a good chance, but North is suppressing them from the side. Good supporting fire from the side of First Raiders Eclipse, even making sure that they can't threaten the main squad. FR doing this very well.
Flash freeze, but Homer stacked up two players from the side of PE Sports already. New K circles around. Souza has got the grenade launcher. This can be a game changer for First Raiders Eclipse. Nero backs up his team member, but North and Darkall, they hold the front perfectly well. Lozzie gets picked right back up. This is for Souza's time to shine now. Pulls out the grenade launcher, finds no one, but finally with the elimination onto New K, PE Sports put out a commission and First Raiders survive the battle.
But will Expand survive this though against Evo's Phoenix of all teams? They're gonna intercept this. Expand pushing in from the open. X-Roy and Cobra leading the charge. Alvaro cluster missing now. Jonah in the front line has the Steffi to protect him from grenades as well. X-Roy Trogon turns the corner. 34 health. Can't beat Jonah with the charge buster in hand. As Exile gets sniped by Dells from afar. Jonah even finds Cobra. Expand falling apart so quickly and completely wiped out by Evo's Phoenix.
You mean completely wiped out by Jonah? Jonah's a monster. Jonah is absolutely cracked in a game of Free Fire. You just cannot do anything to take him down. And when he is on fire, he absolutely blazes and burns everybody down to ashes. Donbu down on the ground. Fantastic shot out of limit. And as they try to circle into this next safe zone, MGE as well as First Raiders Eclipse gonna be in their way, but they'll happily take them on.
Maybe not MG. MG is just...
well, they're in the way, but...
they're out of the way.
Unseen.
They are watching this happen. Limit. Oh, he's gonna be there. Shut up. Good snipe onto Lozzy. Evo's Phoenix faces off against their nemesis, GD. As Kiki, first one to get down. Evo's Phoenix with the push. Yours, can you hold on? They do get it ready, but Evo's Phoenix, they are striking back hard and fast. Jonah already on the ground. Get high third to fall. Moshi, can you clutch this out against GD? As he runs the corner. Moshi, does he really do it? Yes! Moshi once more pulls off the impossible.
GD, Genesis Dogma almost put down Evo's Phoenix, but the clutch god Moshi, the perfect backup player. And once again, man, when you've got Moshi as your backup player, you know the other teams are not going to be able to get a one-up on you. MGE, in the meantime, eliminated by E-Arena. So unfortunate for the guy who was up top. The circle moved away. Maal gets an easy 1-on-2 MKS. And if you are GRC, you're regretting sending him out so far apart because that was the star player out of GRC.
18 Deer, he is basically trapped right now. Bunch of hunters in front of him. Warm team. Occupied by Fixer. Pew against him. Fixer drops that glue wall. They do get an initial snipe onto Morph Team's member. Shut out repositions for the support. Suppressing Morph Team, but he is also taking a lot of punishment. Limit needs to join in.
That's the discipline right there. He could have popped that chrono. The time trainer would have come in handy, but he wants to keep that for the final circle, and that is a right decision for sure. GRC is going to be pressured by the circle. 18 Deer, and 18 Deer takes some wild shots against Team Morph as Evo's Phoenix tries to tag them up from the front as well. Literally, Morph ignores him, and the circle sorts out 18 Deer. Morph Team now getting tagged by both Evo's Phoenix and E-Arena at the same time. E-Arena spots out Evo's Phoenix, but can they divide all of their shots? Jonah goes in for the rush, Pew goes down, and the rest of Morph Team, they're not going in for the save. Pew gets taken out of the equation, and Evo's Phoenix should be done here now.
Yeah, they don't really have much firepower left to work with. This feels like the Lion King, but instead of Simba on top of the boulder, it is actually E-Arena. They decide that they are gonna take on Morph Team head on, just in true E-Arena fashion with the push. Look at all the artillery from afar, those glue wall melters destroying every single layer of protection that Morph Team has, but E-Arena showing restraint at the most important moment, making sure that they have control of the safe zone.
Moshi, glue wall pulled up. Can he get in? Yo! What an unfortunate moment for Moshi. Maal says, thank you very much, sir. I'll claim that elimination point. And now is just two more teams. E-Arena going up against Morph Team. E-Arena, who has already claimed the first booyah of the day with a massive 31 points. They want to pick up yet another for themselves as Fixer shows up out of nowhere. M1014. Limit puts down Susanna with the AWM. From afar, Fixer tries to get the shot, but he just doesn't need to do much as E-Arena secures their second booyah of the day at Alpine.
What better way to do it than to do it against some of the best teams in week 2, and also overcoming the map that has been torturing them throughout the entire 2 weeks of group stage on Alpine.
E-Arena has got the confidence. E-Arena has got the data with them as well. They've done this once at their own Thailand qualifiers for FFSI. This is your #1 seeded team, and they did not get there by chance, Husky.
Yeah, we said, right, E-Arena, you can be the first seed, you can be the best team from Thailand based on statistics. But then you have Evo's Phoenix that just overshadows whatever achievement you have. For E-Arena, they're coming here to prove a point that the first seed has its reasons. You see all these fights this game, a lot more calculated ones. For example, First Raiders Eclipse against PE Sports, very well executed, not dropping a single member. You saw how Expand go up against Evo's Phoenix, and Jonah not only just clutching it out, but they also received some help from their rivals, which was Genesis Dogma, and then proceeded to wipe out Genesis Dogma themselves.
Genesis Dogma did have a decent run in towards this final circle though, until of course they came across a couple of players from the side of Evo's Phoenix. But that wasn't the end of them just yet, until of course push came to shove and Evo's Phoenix needed to move up in towards a safer spot. They had to take the fight and Genesis Dogma wasn't ready. But Morph Team, they stayed hidden long enough to finally engage with E-Arena, but E-Arena just wasn't any bit slower in that engagement. They responded perfectly. Trogon AWM M1014 combination led them to a booyah.
Well, this is certainly a sprint for E-Arena. They had a slow map too, didn't deter them. Came back in, they recharged after a short break. and they sprinted towards another, a second one of the grand finals already.
Yeah.
I expected a lot more diversity at the very end.
I mean, like you said, man, it's a 3-day grand finals. A lot of the other teams still do have enough time. But are they going to be sleeping on E-Arena whilst E-Arena sweeps up every single bit of point available out there? They bombed out in Purgatory. They recover in Alpine. Are they going to bomb out in Nextera once again? I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And statistically, E-Arena has only suffered on Alpine, and they overcame that, right? And I think that is a very good breakthrough in the mental block as well. You have that confidence for E-Arena, and the players also feeling really good. I think we came into the group stage, there was this conversation of E-Arena, well, somehow not having the key player, which to me never made sense.
Yes.
Week 2 happened, the winds changed, the tide shifted, and here they are, still carrying that momentum.
Absolutely right. And I don't think it was a key player thing or whatever. It was just E-Arena not in the mood. And E-Arena now, they are in the mood. And I think there's one thing that's swinging their mood around left and right center, right? It's $100,000 US in the line, man. Everybody wants it. Limit wants it the most. This guy.
Ooh. Someone stopped him. Oh my goodness. This
consistency, man.
Week 2 MVP, right? We focus so much on Shut Up August, but Limit, he is definitely putting himself out there, and I wouldn't put past him to prove that he is actually the pillar of the entirety of E-Arena, consistently putting up those numbers, consistently supporting his team in terms of this push. And the craziest part is he's the MVP, but he's also enabled by players like Shut Up, who just puts his figure in front of these battles.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. And the main reason why Shut Up does that is because he can play around with the defensive chrono, and that just gives him an extra bit of confidence. He does have the Awakened Hayato running in as well, so he's literally running headfirst at all of his opponents. Yes, you're going to take a little bit of the damage, but that Hayato is going to be able to just bounce off some of it away. Limit, as usual, super aggressive with that Riptide Rhythm.
I am starting to believe in this mental phenomenon, psychology warfare, where if you just run at your enemies with enough confidence, they will get scared.
I would like to tweak that a little bit. If you run at your enemies with a active A124 ready for the pop, then yes, they're going to get scared. Because yeah, you see one mad guy running towards you, and then all of a sudden you cannot use any one of your skills. It's time to run, boys.
Yeah, but if that one mad guy has wiped you plenty of times, you get conditioned. I don't know if that's the case with August, but I know Shut Up has definitely made an impression. Limit once more MVP. We went through him in game 1, now game 3 he does it again.
Limit single-handedly can annihilate you if he spots you out in open grounds, right? Look at Maro, Raphael. Raphael's going to make you bleed out instantaneously. Maro's just going to be adding on the damage as the further away you are from him. And he's got one of the longest range weapons, the AWM. Once he tags you, that Awakened Moko is going to keep an eye on you. And of course, if you pull up a glue wall, Riptide Rhythm, hello, sir. Top 3 weapons, Trogon, AC-80, M1014. No surprises here whatsoever. Trogon is actually the second most popular gun throughout the whole group stage, and it was also one of the guns that dealt the most damage, top 5.
Absolutely. You look at week number 1, maybe not much Trogon. It was there, for a few rounds, but we were keeping an eye on AC-80, the 1887. And right now, Trogon, the close to mid-range Swiss Army knife is on the board. Take a look at the match standings after game 3. E-Arena with 23 points. Evo's Phoenix coming in close with 16, and more team getting 16 also.
Fantastic play from them. Genesis Dogma brings in the consistency with a total of 11 for themselves. GRC Aphrodite, not too fancy with the approach, but not bad at all with an 11 for themselves at all. Let's take a quick look towards the bottom. Team Flash, FW, as well as PE Sports. This time, they bomb out, and surprisingly, Expand follows suit as well. And this is Alpine of all places, where Expand really knows the map.
Yeah, it's one of their strongest map. I would say their strongest map also. Good news is that for that round, all 4 Indonesian teams are 3rd to 6th. And look at the overall standings. E-Arena back at top again, 57 points. MGE 47 in 2nd, more teams still in 3rd. GRC keeping themselves safe in that 4th spot.
You have a 10-point gap between E-Arena and Magic, almost a 10-point gap between Magic and Morph Team. And this gap can potentially grow if the consistency continues from Magic and E-Arena continues to pop off as well. But if E-Arena falls yet again, you know exactly who's going to be taking their spot. But looking at GRC on the 4th spot in the overall leaderboard in day number 1 of the Grand Finals, this makes me so excited, man.
Isn't that the 12th team from the group stage?
Yes.
They are trying to pull the GD.
They are.
Sort
And
of.
it looks like they're on the way to do exactly that.
They definitely are. I mean, maybe the goddess Aphrodite is blessing them in this grand finals, right? They are really heating it up. Still some fights that it really felt like GRC were outclassed, but you see the initiative taken by these boys.
Yeah. And as long as, of course, you maintain your consistency, you don't get too crazy, but get into that final circle, gonna be able to put on average points to get on to the top 5. But we're gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, match number 4.
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือแหละครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Mosley goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
Phoenix from the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là Epic Phoenix của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Imot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan, kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Time to continue that blazing spirit, blazing soul in the FFSISA Invitationals Grand Finals Day number 1. And I've just noticed the team, AJ. The team is red. Not me, I know I'm dressed in red. I was just following the team. I'm not sure if you were informed of the script. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ. We had 2 red teams getting the Booyah so far. We have E-Arena, which is a heavy pink, red. We have SBTC, which is light pink, also red. So we're gonna have red all the way.
I don't know if you're colorblind, but I had some red in here.
Yeah, but yeah,
some.
Sure.
Because I want to be fair to teams like PE Sports. I want to be fair to teams like Genesis Dogma with the blue.
Where's Expanse color?
White. Expanse got white. Expanse got white. You don't know Expanse.
Right. Fair enough.
I'm a fair guy. I'm not one-sided like him, okay?
I have white also.
Arena train.
My paper, my stack of paper is fair. I have white.
The paper was given by broadcast. You did not bring that from home now, did you?
No, I brought it home and I brought it back, so it's fair.
You are a liar. I saw it on the table when I got it. But of course, jokes aside, what a fantastic day we are off to with E-Arena. Just when you thought that they were gonna show up once and then get obliterated all the way through, they say no. We are still in here to play. We're still in here to score our booyahs, and they get into that final circle without any bit of problem whatsoever. But I am quite curious as to how they made the journey, and we made a request to production to bring up the overall map once again for us so that we can discuss their journey right through, because it just seems so unlikely that this is just a luck, Husky.
Yeah, I think that if you have done it multiple times, it stops becoming a fluke and it becomes, it starts becoming just realistic results from months and years of effort, right?
Yeah.
And the heat map is something that a time lapse, or in fact, is something that I think a lot of our audience might have noticed every time during the break. You get an idea of what these teams were doing, how the circle moved, how these teams maneuvered. Game 1 was E-Arena and Magic Esports kind of coming in with like a crab pincer from the sides.
Yeah.
Maybe E-Arena did the same for map 3. Let's take a look.
Let's take a look and see exactly how they circled around from the very point of time where they dropped in until the very end of that matchup, right? Because when things all started, E-Arena shut up split quite far away from Rivermouth, moving in, getting that information onto SBTC, taking some cheeky shots at GRC, and then flying back straight up to E-Arena. And I think those shots were just some preliminary ones to force SBTC as well as their opponents in GRC away from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and contrary to game number 1, this game, E-Arena, they basically play it slow, right? Go to the center of the circle, which then moved away from them, prompting them to fight. But they were also a bit lucky because GD avoided them completely, giving them a clean direction to run straight into the safe zone.
Lucky thinking that GD would stand a chance against E-Arena, which are hot. But, jokes aside, he manages to get into a bunker. MG only had 1 player. And First Raiders Eclipse, surprisingly, just did not show up for the fight against E-Arena, which just made it so much more easier. Morph took the players on the side of E-Wars out. E-Arena had a great high ground to work around with and great boulders to block the shots off of Morph team, and an easy booyah yet again. But of course, easy in terms of how they executed it, but it's not going to be easy in any chances whatsoever. This is the highest level of free fire you can find out there.
If you can make it look easy at the highest level, you know you have accomplished something. They broke the Alpine, the Alpine curse, as we call it. And at the same time, you say that, you're surprised that FR didn't stood a chance.
Yeah.
Remember, in week number 2, FR stood no chance against E-Arena. Every time they meet, it was E-Arena winning.
First Raiders Eclipse, what are you going to do so that I can back you up a little bit here, right? I mean, I want to say things on your behalf, but unfortunately, the performance is not that fancy against E-Arena. But hopefully that does go ahead to change when we head on into Nextera in a bit.
And so far, the most consistent Indonesian rep is actually GRC Aphrodite and Genesis Dogma SF, right? Yes. But GRC Aphrodite, I think, deserves a bit more credit because they are in 4th place. They are like almost 20 points away from first. But the fact that they are in 4th place, they have had decent finishes all 3 rounds that we had, means that they are on to something.
I'm a personal fan of the Indonesian scene, mainly because, a lot of the other teams, they take great pleasure in teasing all of the other squads, right? But the Indonesian squads, whenever they do get camera time, all they're saying is, come on Indonesia, let's go brothers, let's win it for our nation. And I love that camaraderie. I love the fact that they're all looking out for each other. can't do it out in the battlefield, they can't do it in the videos, but through their performance, they are indirectly doing the exact same thing.
And you can see the different dynamics of these players from different regions, right? You look at the Vietnamese players, they are like, well, we never once thought that we are not going to make it.
Yes.
You look at EVOS Phoenix, like, well, we are the best Free Fire has to offer. What else do you want? And then
EVOS Phoenix, when they were asked, what do you think of GRC? They went GRC. Who? G? Who? We only know GG Easy. Jonah, who taught you these words? Who taught you, sir?
I feel like
send him to Free Fire jail.
I feel like if you have won 2 World Championships, you can say anything you want. He has the right to say anything he wants. But when you look at Indonesia, they a bit more humble in their approach, right? They talk about kind of we'll fight until the very end.
Based on performance, they have to be humble.
Yeah, very, very beautiful phrases as well. We'll fight until the blood in our veins dried up. We'll fight until daytime comes, whatever it is. But it's the fighting spirit.
So on the two opposite ends of the spectrum, until our bloods dry up, until the sun rises. I think the sun rising is a little bit more easier to promise rather than their blood drying up, because they'll be long gone by then. They would have been sent back to the lobby, nobody there to revive them. They would have been done and dusted. So I'll take the latter anytime.
I could have made a translation error, but I swear I saw it from one of the FR guys, I don't think it's a translation error. I just think that I use heavier terms. But,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But of course, at the end of the day, teams like Arena, who have got consistency, teams like Magic Esports, who have got that brilliant consistency, will continue running away from all of these other teams who have been pretty up and down. But this is so different from when we were at the Free Fire World Series, where you only have 1 day for play-ins, 1 day for the grand finals. You mess up in the way even a team, let's not say EVOS Phoenix, because those buggers always manage to catch back up.
I'll give you FW.
Expand.
Yeah.
If you mess up in a way Expand has been doing so far, catching up on the world stage with a format like what we used to run might not be possible. But in a 3-day grand finals, it could be possible. But you need a miraculous run on day 2 if this is going to be how you play day 1.
Well, if it's only 1 day, you could also do what GRC did, having 2 good rounds, 3 poor rounds, and still make it. We also need to check out some numbers. I love to crunch numbers. This is one that I have really been excited for. The highest damage in terms of what the teams dealt in total. The more team in the first place, PE Esports in second, and Arena in third. And there's nothing. Let's take nothing away from Arena. They are in third place. Not because they are not taking much fights, it's that they're taking all the fights and they're making sure that those knocks convert into points.
But let us be very specific. This is the top 3 highest damage teams, which in no way translates to eliminations, because they may be tagging human beings up there on the battlefield without the possibility of elimination. And when I say that, I can only think of Expand, and I can only think of players like Axel, who are so proficient in getting those knocks, but just not good enough to follow it up with an elimination and bring the point up to their side, put that pressure on teams. So having great big damage is all fine and dandy, but it's the conversion that matters the most. And if you talk about the conversion, this top 3 is actually going to be flipped all around. With Arena having the most damage conversion to eliminations, followed by PE Esports, and then of course more.
And I think the craziest character, the craziest part is that the character that has the best conversion is Raphael plus Maro, right?
Yes.
That is 100% conversion.
Yes.
You don't need to worry about any extra chip damage, but very less player runs that. We also need to check out the top 3 teams of Nextera. EVOS Phoenix has a 75% top 3 rate alongside Team Flash.
What in the world is up with these 2 teams? EVOS Phoenix and Flash. And Flash as well as EVOS are not even the front runners of Nextera. The one that leads Nextera with the most number of points is actually Morph Team.
Exactly.
With a total of 96, but they only have a top 3 rate of 50%, which means Nextera pretty much is the map of Morph, because they are the ones who are not getting the booyah, but are always within that final circle to get a massive number of points for themselves, which goes to question the efficacy of EVOS Phoenix as well as Flash on this map. But if they can get to that final circle consistently like they have done so far, no doubt they're going to be walking away with solid number of points.
And if you want to expand the data, you can even look at group stage performance, right?
Yes.
Not from these 3 teams, from SBTC. 0 booyahs, but they still qualified in 10th place. Compared to Genesis Dogma SF, who had multiple Booyahs in 11th. GRC Aphrodite, multiple Booyahs, 12th spot. You can be the top team on the map without any Booyahs. Even Bermuda, right? I mean, PE Sports have 4 Booyahs, so what? They're placed 4th.
I mean, to your point, Husky, Magic Esports scored 2 Booyahs. They wrapped up the group stage in that number 1 spot, right? Who cares about fancy 5-6 Booyahs in the
second spot.
Yeah, second spot.
Do not disrespect the Kings, AJ.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair
they're
enough.
9 points behind first spot, but it's close enough, you know.
Quick math. Clearly failed that one.
It's quick. No, it doesn't have to be right. It's just quick. You know, you got the quick part correct. We need to work on the right part. Nextera next. Not so generous flight path. More towards the northern side. I think you can expect some teams to take that Intellect Center. The question is, where would the circle form? I think the most brutal one we had was at Intellect Center, but in this case, if it pans down towards Plaza Ria or Decker Square, this is where we will have more open space fight, especially Decker Square. Teams already spreading out at the beginning. EVOS Phoenix against Morph Team at the very west, AJ.
Let's see if or not they do manage to shut each other out of this equation for a third party to take advantage, or if EVOS is just going to eat up 4 free points. Morph Team, a lot is going to depend on them. They are the front runners of Nextera, and if they are able to put down EVOS Phoenix right here, right now, they are going to be very pleased. Mochi and Jonah taken out super early. They are your clutch gods. They are your clutch kings of EVOS Phoenix. This now just straight up turn towards Morph Team winning this battle.
Absolute disaster for EVOS Phoenix. On the other hand, Team Flash faces off against First Eclipse and were able to win an initial fight. Shin gets knocked down by North, but no confirmed just yet. Yanbin's the mini Uzi downing him. Souza, Ripcon chipping in as well, but First Eclipse, I mean, absolutely crashed and burned as EVOS Phoenix also gets knocked out by Morph Team at the museum, where Morph Team turns them into artifacts.
Let's see if or not SPTC can manage to walk out of this one safe and sound. Too fast drops Artemis, but Neo from up top quickly trades him out. Axel backs away, but outside, hand drops right in front of him, takes him out of the equation. Cobra backing up the rest of his brothers to see if he can survive, but Expand yet again bombs out of the first day of the grand finals.
AJ, 3 teams have gotten wiped out in 2 minutes of Nextera. That is incredible how these teams, how we are finding all these hot drops, right? I mean, we don't get to observe most of these because the group stage, you get different group pairings, and now we get to see some of that variation. Donbu, good snipe onto Limit, and that's going to end E-Arena's aggression against them, against MGE. FW, on the other hand, you have Gimelo just isolated out in the open as Limit gets revived by Orgus. We finally get to slow down a little bit.
I mean, the blessing in disguise here is EVOS Phoenix getting taken out early, but Expand bombing out super early just fares absolutely terribly for the region of MCPS. The team's not doing too great at all in the overall standings. In fact, they are second from last with a total of 11 points picked up from the first 3 games. And this match pretty much gave them nothing.
This is definitely going to be a tough spot. Well, for Gimelo himself and the rest of FW, they're out there somewhere. Wasana and Donbu will lead the charge, and the footsteps very, very audible from the second floor. So we'll see how much Gimelo can get out of this.
And you see the attacking posture from MGE here, with Saming continuously keeping an eye on that window, making sure nobody steps right in front of it. Gimelo doesn't, but in the meantime, Wasana just forces his way in alongside Donbu, and they get an easy elimination. But as quickly as they take him out, Gimelo brought right back in by Boonjay.
Yeah, his body hasn't even hit the floor, and he's back in the skies.
Yeah.
Quickest revival of all time.
His soul left him and barely had the time to get to heaven. It was right back on the map.
Yeah, didn't need to check in, you know. Intercepted by the plane.
Intercepted by the plane. PE Sports. I love a couple of players running around out here at Decker Square with nobody to tickle them whatsoever. Team Flash taking those pot shots against FW already. And that fight is going to be dragged out. All fights on Nextera usually get dragged out because of all of those defensive compounds. But I guess it just doesn't apply for hot drops.
I mean, it would, yeah, definitely not. At least for the rest of the round, it would definitely be a bit slower because we lost 3 teams within 2 minutes. UAV sent out, I believe, this one by more team. Could be towards MGE, who are kind of hovering around that intellect center towards the very edge. Also taking control of that big bridge. E-Arena moving all the way to Zipway. You have the high tier loot zone there as well, where FW trying to kind of collect a lot more of that weapon as they just revive one of their teammates. The next fight could be between 2 of the Indonesian teams. GD needing to enter the circle, but they also have to go through GRC to do so.
Let's see if or not Genesis Dogma can swim away from GRC, whilst 2 of their players are walking straight into the crosshairs of GRC. This is a very long route to take to flank around, but let's see exactly what Genesis Dogma has got planned here, because it's not like GD does not know the presence of GRC is right here. Oh, they're flanking from that left-hand side. This is a tremendous setup coming through from Genesis Dogma. Execution is all that's left here, but they're not pushed up far enough towards that left-hand side. They're going to walk straight in towards Raz's AC-80 if they miscalculate this one.
Yeah, GRC, you have to kind of make a decision. Where do you want to go next? Because the blue zone has already closed in. It's not the most painful one for sure, but it does restrict how much space you can work with. Do you really want to backtrack if you're Genesis Dogma? I don't think that would be a wise choice. So you do have 2 of their members trying to take some point and really gather as much intel as possible to allow the rest of the squad to have a safer rotation. But either way, they will have to go through GRC, who basically have them in their sights. It seems like the final decision is to have this 1-3 split. Kiki on the left and the rest of GD on the right. How are they going to take on GRC?
GRC is just playing this as slow as possible. Genesis Dogma took the long way around twice, and they are still outside, wondering exactly what they can do. All those rotations were absolutely wasted, time wasted. Now Team Flash has an opportunity to drop by and check them out if any case they do get into an engagement with GRC. Liam flanks on from the left-hand side. Not the best thing to do when you're the support player of the squad, so we'll see exactly how that fares for Liam a little bit later on. In the meantime, MGE struggling to get into a defensive compound with Morph team awaiting them.
Yeah, GD wasting so much time. Kiki, he was taking a flank position and they decided that, okay, that's not where we want him to be at, and he has to run all the way back, double back to get to his team. We're checking on them a little bit as Magic Esports starting to put some pressure onto more team as well. 1-2-1 split from MGE, basically covering all their grounds. You have the RGS 50 from Donbu as well. Decent chip damage onto the members of Morph team. And that's going to allow Donbu to move into the second floor of that building, giving them more info on where Morph team are. Look at where Saming is, AJ. He's on the other side of the island.
Other side, but he still can make a play here if he just catches up with them in a good amount of time. This is just all getting dragged out. One good nade on board. Turns into a cluster. Donbu, what a beautiful toss. Susanna's going to be pressured away by the exact same cluster. Wasana, M1014, but it's all barricaded up already. MGE finds no access, finally gets on in. Pew put down onto the ground. MGE taken over, and Morph team just doing absolutely nothing to hold them back.
This is just a quick dispatch of Morph team by MGE. So well done. Surgical and precise. All started with that one grenade from Donbu, getting the knockdown and the finisher, and there was nothing that Morph team could do. PE Sports on time. UK going for the rotation, spotted out by Team Flash. It's a 3 versus 1 occasion. Homer drone sent out as well. UK is going to get tagged up, but does have some time to work with. Yanbin looking to turn the corner. PE Sports, they do have support from inside the circle. UK definitely going to get sandwiched this time. The ice grenade from Yanbin will knock him down. PE Sports could not get any exchange.
There's just no way of hiding here when you've got opponents running that R1 on them. You get to pop that R1 3 times within a game, and when you've got more than 1 player on a squad running R1, it's just OP. You cannot hide within vicinities like this, and this is something that PE Sports should have known a little bit better. Team Flash gets an easy elimination, but now stuck outside of the circle. In the meantime, Don't Cry, DNP as well as Nero just waiting for a little bit of action, and SBTC welcomes a little bit of action, tosses a quick homer towards them, slows the players down, and SBTC still waiting for Nero to show his head.
Don't get distracted, Tyson. Team Flash planted themselves on the very opposite, and He's forced to respond. Yanbin just absolutely shreds Neo. He needs help right now. Brought back up. Good support from Tyson. Trying to get these members of Team Flash down low, but all the explosive is not making it easy. Artemis sniped by Bloody from afar again, prompting Tyson to come in for the help. 4 glue walls just to make sure that there's enough layering to prevent any more damage.
You never know, man. They might have an Iris, they might have an M82B, but Neo gets down yet again. But this time it is from Genesis Dogma from the back. GD doing quick work on SBTC as Team Flash pressures them from the front. Ripcord drives straight in towards the compound of SBTC alongside Shin. Shin with the grenade launcher takes hand out of the equation, and that's just about it as they quickly dispatch the whole squad. Genesis Dogma, on the other hand, get tagged up by Yanbin from afar, leaving one final player in the mix. But GRC going in to finish the job off.
And GD, they are out of this as well. Team Flash, they're gonna have some bit of info. You see that one member of Magic Esports is actually running kind of pretty close to GRC, as the rest of the team will show up. But GD getting knocked out, I think it's pretty much expected, right? With how they were rotating. It was so hard for them to do much. GRC have good position. Look at Lee, he is so far. That is a lot of info, and instantly he gets punished. Saming just better with the snipe.
Saming, absolutely deadly. Wasana has got an opportunity to circle around alongside the rest of his team members into a safer ground. In the meantime, it's going to be FW Esports taking on E-Arena, who have that high ground advantage. All they need to do is just shower down a couple of nades. E-Arena goes in for the quick rush, and in the meantime, they see SBTC dropping right in front of them as well. The best position, E-Arena holding on to it.
One Spore just having so much free pickings. Team Flash though is going to be the first target to get the knockdown. Ripcord not going to get rescued. Shin gets dropped. Oh, the grenade launcher from Orgus, just too much damage. Yanbin sent on the run straight into that ground 6 feet under. E-Arena with 6 points. They're gunning for more. MGE pushing into PE.
E-Arena looking for the third booyah of the day on the first day of the Grand Finals in itself. Are we going to see an absolute explosive run? We are already seeing it. Don't cry is going to cry. Craven props him with the RGS, and it looks like MGE wants to get to that final circle as well. PE Sports with DNP all left alone here. 2 other players on the other side not able to back him up. This is going to be a pretty easy one for MGE.
Yeah, and we know with E-Arena performing so well, it's time for us to also address the fact that Fixer is playing instead of Potato, right? So the 5th member of E-Arena showing up, and it's good to see, you know, him every once in a while. We are so familiar with Potato, and then sometimes they do ignore what Fixer has been doing for his team, but the supporting plays have been phenomenal so far. Orgus, what was that damage onto Raz? Half of his health bar from that range.
Fixer usually is not the kind of guy to put a lot of points on the board through eliminations. If you compare him to the performance of Protete, Fixer does shy away a tad bit. But let's see if or not he can provide the team this time around. He's the one holding the off angle, and he pressures the team, but I don't think that's the right decision. But he's going to be the distraction, and I cannot believe they brought in a backup as distraction.
Hey, that's what EXO does as well for Expand. This is almost the same thing. The rest of E-Arena in the circle. We do have one member of FW Esports nearby. If they can get rid of him, give them more control. Limit can get a kill on the DNP. Right to the glue wall. The Anthony AB a bit too strong for DNP to deal with.
Way too good. Switches out between the AWM to the M82B. M82B has got the capability to penetrate through those glue walls. So that's what you call a proficient sniper.
Yes, Limit, that's what you call week 2 MVP. They're about to go for the finals MVP at this point. Donbo able to get rid of Artemis as, oh, Magic Esports, your backs are wide open. Shut up. Taking those shots, MGE forced to hide behind the wall. They are still taking chip damage. All those body armors are going to start cracking thanks to Shut Up.
Yeah, Shut Up's already putting the damage onto their potential opponents in this final circle. And MGE just needs to make quick word of GRC as well as SE. Nero all alive on his own. FW Esports 9fan should be able to make quick work of him, but 9fan chooses to remain under the bridge of E-Arena. So when E-Arena drops by, 9fan is going to be in a lot of trouble. MGE 9 elimination so far. Glue wall melters will be dropped in front of GRC first. They want to take down those defenses before they go in for the wipe.
E-Arena, they're slowly preparing for the drop from that bridge. And this is going to be a very crucial move. They got to get rid of 9fan first. E-Arena biding their time, but they only have around 20 seconds to make the decision. Neo is keeping Limit pinned now, but E-Arena got to make a move.
Final circle time, baby. Blue wall melt is still in action, working against GRC. 8 India gets tagged up. Saming out of nowhere finds 8 India. MGE should be able to find this finisher. RGS goes in for the pop. Wasana as well as Craven in for the rush. They should be able to find Raz. Raz gets taken out of the equation. In the meantime, Limit out of nowhere takes Donbu out. Limit, what a monster!
Look at August, he's in the back. He even has that Riptide Rhythm and a grenade launcher in hand. This is going to be a bit of a split fight for E-Arena, but if Orgus can make big plays right now, it's going to secure E-Arena so much space. Grenade coming through, he's going to bounce right in. Unfortunately, the second one is a bit of a iffy one. Orgus still taking some point on that high ground, getting a snipe onto Wasana. Fixer supporting him from the other end of this map. E-Arena just eating up the circle, AJ.
E-Arena figuring out exactly where the biggest contenders are, and they flush them out one after the other. GRC's Bias claims that elimination onto MGE, but E-Arena not tickled by that at all. 8 eliminations in hand already, going for the third booyah of the day as GRC gets eliminated by Shut Up. E-Arena pretty much doing everything out there on the battlefield. The other teams all have just one player each. Nero eats a cluster, super low on HP. Org is gonna go in and finish him off. Glue Wall Melters drop by. Limit takes that in for himself. 10 eliminations already, 2 more to add to the list.
And the sprint continues for E-Arena. Supersonic speed with how they perform so far. 11 points, and they're about to get the 12 if they can find the last member of MGE. Third booyah on the first day of the grand finals. Can you believe it? Saming hiding in the corner. Gets a snipe onto Fixer. Damage not enough. And there's only so much that Saming can do. Blue zone closing in. Only one medkit left. There is not much hope for this man, for MGE. They have fought valiantly, but E-Arena, they're going to be the victors. Saming healing up for the last time.
Saming has the circle. They can't reach him. Those grenades all wasted by E-Arena. Saming, can he get
going?
Can he get it? He just needs to jump down, and he'll still be on the roof.
There's no medkit though. There's no medkit. There's no medkit to work with.
Oh my
He only has 150 health. There's no way he survived this, AJ.
Saming, come on. Oh, Fixer. Out of nowhere, E-Arena claims the third booyah on the first out of 3 days of grand finals. The first seeded team out of Thailand, showing exactly what the region is capable of.
I don't know much about soccer or football, depending on the country you live in, but I know this is what we call a hat trick for E-Arena. The only map they have not scored a booyah is on Purgatory.
Yeah.
They have overcame Alpine, they destroyed Bermuda, and they took over Nextera. None of these maps have E-Arena listed as the best performing team. You know what? They've done it.
You know what's exactly going to happen here, right? We're going to head back into Bermuda once again. But after that, we might just see that opportunity for E-Arena. What if the randomizer brings us into Purgatory? And we've been hyping up EWOS Phoenix, the 2-time world champs, to be the only team to complete a booyah on every single map available out there. But E-Arena might be able to outshine them by doing it all in a day.
And I just want to say that final circle play from E-Arena, though extended, is kind of a case study of how do you make these decisions, right?
Yeah.
Orgus taking that launch pad, flanking MG, and he doesn't even need to get any knocks. The fact that he is surviving is enough to put MG in a very tricky spot. And E-Arena, they just did this final phase so well. It felt like a dance from this team.
This is definitely a highlight reel run for E-Arena. It was the perfect finisher. They were in a great position and they did not abuse that position. They did not just wait for the final moment. They were aggressive out there hunting for eliminations. And what's beautiful about this is E-Arena scores the third booyah. It's not a record-breaking booyah, but it is a record anyway because no other teams have managed to score 3 booyahs within 1 day of play.
Yeah, we have teams that score 2 with EVOS Phoenix. Well, PE Sports almost done it. FW also. But PE Sports, they did score like what, 3 back-to-back
over 2 days.
Over 2 days, right?
Yeah.
And that is still not as impressive as what E-Arena has done. They've scored 2 back-to-back ones. They've already broken 1 record.
Yes.
They have a chance to break a second one.
Let's see if or not they do exactly that. I am gonna hope and pray to the gods of Free Fire to deliver us Purgatory for our final map later on, just to see if E-Arena can do the absolute unthinkable of getting a booyah on every single map in 1 day of grand finals. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the team stats. Limit. When are you going to stop? When are you going to pause? When are you going to let anybody else shine? I don't think he intends to, but it's just in his nature to absolutely obliterate his opponents.
And we call that suffering from success.
And this was the guy that whipped out that double snipe, right? AWM combo with the M82B.
Oh, yeah.
And you see the reason why he's got so many eliminations. Who moves that quick? Who thinks that quick? Limit does.
He definitely does. And of course, we also talk a bit about Fixer, right? The fifth man of E-Arena. Not the person to get the most eliminations, but the supporting fire, right? All the chip damage that he provides for his team always pays off. Orgus also doing a fantastic job this game with that last minute flank. It takes a lot of iron guts to pull off these maneuvers. But, you know, we've seen that team come 2 times already. This is the third. Nothing much out of the ordinary, but the way that they execute this Swiss Army knife of a comp is phenomenal.
And once again, a team that runs more than one R1 is going to be able to get a lot of information. You get to pop that R1 3 times in a game, and if both of these players have managed to save at least one charge of that R1 for that final circle, then it's a GGWP. Full-on information of every single person out there on the map in that final circle, which gives E-Arena unlimited opportunities to make Limit reach his limit.
I know the MVP is Limit again, but I want to quickly talk about what Orgus did, right?
Tell me.
Aside from that flank, he also has the A124.
Yes.
He flies into MGE.
He did.
And immediately uses the ability. So MG could not respond at all.
Yeah.
No Steffi, no Chrono, nothing. That was what allowed Limit to pop their heads and just wipe out MG. Just want to put that out there. And the AWM, thanks to E-Arena alone, makes it onto the top 3 most used weapon.
AC-80, M1014 as well as AWM. No surprise to see these weapons out there on the battlefield. AWM might not be very popular in the rate of usage out there on the battlefield, but it's at the very same time not an easy sniper to come by. If the players do spot it though, rest assured they will be picking it up. It is the most powerful sniper available in the game.
Absolutely. And only downside is you can't penetrate glue walls, but it's totally fine. I mean, Limit has cracked the code. 23 points off of this one round. Magic Esports coming in second with 20. And of course, Saming denying that one extra point because he did end up going down to the blue zone. Team Flash, third place, 14 points only.
And this is an opportunity for some of these teams to really make a name for themselves. Teams like GRC Aphrodite, who have been having a decent run out there. Even PE Sports, yes, they don't get many of those eliminations, but 7 points out of placement for a total of 8. They are continuously climbing up. Genesis Dogma do drop in rank a tad bit, but when you look at the bottom, Expand, First Raiders Eclipse, EVOS Phoenix, 1 out of these 3 teams are in a lot of trouble. And unfortunately, that team is from MCPS.
Our sole representatives, the Torchbearers, well, they definitely are in a bit of trouble, AJ. In last place, they're tied with First Raiders Eclipse. E-Arena remaining in first, 80 points already, with 2 more rounds to go. They're about to break the 100-point mark at this point. And of course, Magic Esports following them with a 13-point deficit, 67 in second. G Aphrodite makes it to top 3. No, the 2 consistent teams are both from Thailand, the 1st and 3rd seed.
Come on, gods of Free Fire, give me Purgatory in the randomizer so I can see E-Arena break not 1 but 3 records in a day. Booyah on every single map. Most number of booyahs accomplished within a day, as well as most amount of points picked within 1 day of play. E-Arena is on course to do exactly that, and it is insane to think that this team is capable of this, because in week number 1, we were all scratching our heads wondering, what is happening to this team?
Week number 1, not even in the top 12, and they are about to put their name in the Guinness Book of Records for Free Fire. That is crazy out of a team. First seed of Thailand, right? This is a region that has birthed 2 separate world champions.
Yeah.
We might be looking at a possible 3rd.
2 separate world champions, one of them a 2-time world champs. Maybe E-Arena's just building themselves up to be the 3rd team out of Thailand to be a world champ as well. Because if they continue on this trajectory, that's most definitely awaiting them. But I wonder exactly what the 2-time champs have got to say about this. Because EVOS Phoenix, they're the kind of team that usually wakes up towards the end. They're reaching the end of day 1 already, so it's high time they snap out of their slumber. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back to Bermuda.
เต็ม team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih, soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
Leave turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leave do it? Max 7, he does. Mozy goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
Phoenix from the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là Epic Phoenix của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evox, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan. Kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the too fast. Rip gone out. Team Flash out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X-Fan นะครับ I love you X-Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh. Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc tập chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing blow.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
GRC, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already, lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลยอะ
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Mosley goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
Phoenix from the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือ8ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người. Đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là Invitational của Thái Lan. Vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Imot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the full pass. Rip got out. Team Flash out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X-Fan นะครับ I love you X-Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khác mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp eSport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, to the Free Fire C Invitationals. And it looks like today is a day of the Chinese Zodiac.
Oh, it is. The rabbit has gotten 3 booyahs. The rooster has gotten 1.
Yeah.
It is the day of the omnivores.
Most definitely is. Do rabbits eat stuff that's not vegetables?
They
I thought they were
they do.
herbivores.
They do. On very rare occasions. So rabbit has been known to eat their own offspring.
No, don't talk to me about things like that. Arena will do no such things unless they do erect a glue wall out of nowhere. Like, which team was that? Genesis Dogma, was it? Or was it? No,
It
that
was
was Team
Fla-
Flash.
that was Team Flash.
Team Flash. Pulling up a glue wall, technically eating your own brethren by allowing them to get taken down by someone else out there. It's just unacceptable. But of course, boo-boo moments like that, always possible. As we head on back into Bermuda, PE Sports leads the fray with 60% top 3 rate. But that by no means means that they are the dominators of Bermuda.
Yeah, good news is that they've increased that percentage by 3% after our first Bermuda map. So PE Sports, they are still doing well on this map, just no booyah for them. No more Team and Evil's Phoenix having 40% each. You learned something new today, AJ.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's a traumatizing knowledge for
It is.
kids.
It is.
Just know that E-Arena are destroying everyone so far. They are painting the entire, what do you call that? Match recap red in color.
Morph Team has got a 40% top 3 rate, but the abysmal rate there of the average eliminations 2.8. I mean, if I was Morph Team, I would ask production like, can we like cover that stat? Like just put like error or something.
2.8?
Yeah.
You want to put a question mark behind also? 2,800, huh? But I mean, there's an explanation to that, right?
Yeah.
Morph Team generally just plays a bit slower compared to other teams. They wait until the last.
They just want to get in. I mean, that's the kind of strat I've been begging for some teams like Expand to have. And look at how much of goodness it's bringing Morph Team, right?
Not So far, no, though, in the
Dude,
final.
better than Expand still, though.
That is true. You're setting a very low bar, okay? You're comparing a team that has 12 points.
I can't compare them to what? Who do you want me to compare them to? E-Arena?
I thought your teaching has always been you shoot for the stars or something.
You gotta shoot first before you shoot for the stars.
Oh, we see some early fight on two different fronts. MGE actually taking on PE Sports. That's at least two members of PE Sports out of the picture. Nero will follow suit very fast, but you see the restraint from MGE knowing that PE Sports has backup. GD will take on FR. Yours getting a very nasty tag.
Traces that player all the way across. Car 98 in hand. And it looks like first Raiders Dark Call will be the next one, and Yours strikes the headshot this time around. You cannot stand still when he's got the car.
Yeah, the car is that car 98 definitely is gonna hurt just a little bit. While GD actually has one of the players in front. I believe that is Dels. It's gonna be taking care of North also, even as the binoculars just to get a good view. But FR they don't have much to work with though, so the best course of action back all the way to Hangar. They don't need to engage in this fight.
I didn't even notice Fixer getting taken out, but nothing to worry about as he's just bought right back into the fray. SPTC at Bullseye as well, but they are saying goodbye extremely quickly. MGE on the other hand will spot Nero out in the open air.
Oh no.
Saming, one more shot, he does not get it. Nero lands to safety, but with just the secondary in hand, he needs to deal with the whole team of MGE.
What? Bunjim shows up and just slices DNP in half with the katana. This is not looking good for PE Sports at all. They have two teams gunning for them, MG and FW. And PE Sports, Nero doesn't even have much gun to work. What was that? Actually down Saming!
And he gets a loot!
Where was the backup from MG when they needed it?
They didn't think they needed it. This guy just came back. Now has got the mini Uzi in hand, prepared to spray down anybody that attacks him. My oh my, Nero. He most definitely scared the players of MGE away, but not enough to move the one and only Wasana, who's still downstairs. Morph team, on the other hand, alongside Susanna, they'll back away. PE Sports now, it's the 1v2, but a long con trying to get them. Wasana drops Nuke, but look at who's still alive and kicking is Nero! Nero gets Wasana as well! Nero, he is most definitely the MVP of PE Sports, and he's proving that out there right now.
If he can survive this 1v4, he is going to be king for sure. But FW, they're going to push in. They're not going to make the same mistake as what MG did. DNP tried to help. Gets down by Knife and a bit unlucky for PE Sports. Nero all on his own right now. He's going to get hunted down by the entire squad of FW. Can he reach DNP? I don't think he can. DNP is just too far away. Nero, that's a vending machine. He's going to buy his own team back. What a hero.
This guy, an absolute legend. Don't cry. And Nuke right back in the mix. Nero, the MVP. Opportunity once again. M1887 tags up Bunjame. Bunjame brings out the Trogon. You're no match for Nero. But Nathan brings in the melee and slices him down to shape.
Nothing much the Nero could do, but that was definitely a heroic attempt.
Oh yeah.
Two members of PE, they still go. And we are just in the first phase of this match, so plenty of time and space for them to work with. Meanwhile, E-Arena, on the other hand, finds their nemesis. It's just Darko, but point number 2 for E-Arena.
Well, one nemesis out of 4 is something that E-Arena will definitely take anytime, any day. Expand this time round. Hunkered up in a bunker. GRC Aphrodite from up top. One good grenade out of Leem. Can potentially tag them up a tad bit. It will not incapacitate them just yet, but the rest of GRC piling up onto that bridge now. It's a 4v2. The rest of Expand slowly gathering up, backing up Cobra as well as X-Roy. X-Roy trying to get up onto the bridge. We're gonna have an all-out troll fight on this bridge.
It will not be easy because GRC, they have already lined up their members. This feels like a stage-by-stage dungeon crawler for Expand. They gotta get through all these multiple layers, and you have E-Arena nearby also. So they could be the one having the last laugh.
They're already laughing, looking at 2 free teams up on the bridge. But one player flies away from the rest of them. E-Arena, they do not want to engage just yet. Leem charging up the grenade already. Steffi comes out. Homer goes for the pop and Roy taken down from afar. Axel responds. Leem on the ground. Now both teams need to rush in towards the middle of the bridge to pick up their team members. Who's going to get there first? Cobra in for the rush already. 18DM manages to secure one as Raz and Leem, they back away ever so slowly. Axel pushes up all on his own. And from the back, E-Arena down here to finish off the fight. And too fast taken down from afar, and I believe that was E Arena. It was Argus in play, and Axel has just nowhere else to run.
That was the lifeline of Expand. If Too Fast goes down, Expand are gonna drop in 12th place. There is nowhere else for Axel to go. I mean, E Arena just so sharp with these pickoffs. Axel, he's just praying that no one knows that he's there, and he has to book it when E Arena are preoccupied.
What is happening to Expand? Nobody has the answers at the moment.
Oh, they found him.
The coach. Expand out in the 12th spot. How unfortunate for them. But now E Arena pins it in. And First Raiders Eclipse get a little bit of taste for some comeback gameplay here. Revenge is going to be sweet, but that is if they do connect.
Mixer already get knocked down. That is a good start. Liam accepting that help. And Lozzy able to get shot up also. E Arena finally tasting a bit of that defeat in these fights. 8 versus 4. Not favorable, but E Arena, they have a way out. Orgus, he's already on the run. Limit being under the bridge, so Orgus can still bring his team back, as now GRC, they're gonna be left to deal with FR.
GRC still alive on this bridge. Who would have ever thought? 2 teams, 1 Expand, 1 E Arena, neither one could get the job done. And now it's going to be First Raiders Eclipse. Let's see if GRC Aphrodite holds the fort once again. That Homer is going to be tagging up all 3 players at the same time. 18 Dia backs away, but a good nade tossed in towards First Raiders. A good nade response comes back through as well. Does not tag up anyone. Steffi popped on the side of First Raiders. That might be a little bit too premature. They abandon the Steffi circle and move straight into GRC.
And then you see all the glue walls being propped up, but once that glue wall goes down, it's going to be an all-out brawl down in the dirt. Limit is still staying around to snipe members, and he actually got 18 Deer as well. I mean, E Arena, they're going to take every opportunity that they can get. 18 Deer needs some help. Glue wall melter thrown into the back also. Those glue walls go down, but not enough to eliminate all these layers. Fires with good suppressing fire from afar. What was that shot by Soda? How did he land it from that distance? Russ goes down, needs some help. GRC still has glue walls to work with, but FR coming in for the push. They turn the corner. Soda makes contact. A 1-for-1 trade. That trip might take South North. GRC losing 2.
GRC still alive and kicking. First Raiders Eclipse could just go down. North circles around. Liam M1014 does not get past him. Lozzy does take him out with a headshot. And Lozzy and Darko, both of them circling around. And GRC, they have one final hope. The flanker fires. The MVP of GRC. He sneaks away, but they still do get him. Lozzy with the final strike.
He jumped, AJ. He jumped at the very end. I honestly thought he could have gotten away, but that last movement just... so unfortunate. Darko fell to his death as he attempts to escape E Arena by jumping off a bridge. But I guess death by jumping off a bridge is better than taken up by E Arena. It's humiliation, okay? They have not won E Arena.
Dude, E Arena's right back to take on First Raiders Eclipse. They are back on the bridge. They backed away earlier on because they were pressured, but now they are back in here to finish off the job. First Raiders playing the role of the troll right under the bridge. North as well as, I believe, Darko backs away. AC-80 in the hands of Darko. Limit meeting them with the M82B combination with the AWM. Once again, Argus takes one. Shut Up takes the other. First Raiders out in 10.
I'm telling you, man. E Arena is the kryptonite for First Raiders.
They almost got wiped out.
They almost got, right? And Orgus ran away, revived his team, Limit stayed around and just messed up both GRC and First Raiders. And they find Don't Cry also. 9 eliminations already.
My oh my. If only this was purgatory already, right? We could see a crazy record here, but they are still en route to hit the second record, which is the most number of points picked up in a day, Husky.
If you are First Raiders, you must...
What's the record right now? 104?
102, I think.
No, I think someone beat the 102.
Is it 102 or 104? Something. Well,
okay, I think they can get 110.
Yeah, I was about to say that, right? We raised it to 110, okay? They need like, what, 30 more points. Very doable. Very, very doable.
Very doable indeed. E Arena out in the open this time. Round door, the circle hunts them down. Lady Luck wants E Arena to get the record broken. They find Yoss out in the open. Yoss taking shots against Team Flash. Kiki and Dels already pushed up too far into the compound. Team Flash. FW, they get an open nade onto Donfu and Craven. And Magic Esports about to expire in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, they are gonna go out in a blaze of...
Bye-bye.
Basically... embarrassment. They did not know that Naifan was behind that structure.
Saming
catching them off guard. Saming, sliver of health. I think Naifan knows this. He's gonna try to hunt Saming down. He buys his teammate back. Only Craven though.
Nice one.
Saming, you're not rich enough, but just enough to bring Craven back. Now he needs to try and make it out of this. Craven holding basically the hopes of MG in this game.
Have you ever been dead broke, Husky, where you needed to buy food for 2 people, but you only had enough cash for 1?
Yes, so I buy for myself. It's called survival of the fittest. Okay?
That's why you're still not married yet. You're not single, but you're not married.
Yeah, I'm not married yet, for sure. We both know that. I think my partner would do the same, okay?
Hey, don't talk about Iris like that. I know she'll buy you food. She'll buy 1 pack and then she'll share 60% with you. She'll take 40% because she wants to stay in shape, right?
That is true, but she also doesn't like it when I'm gaining weight. So I think she'll take the 60%.
See, she cares about you. She loves you.
I love her too.
She's not as much, clearly. You'd buy that 1 packet for yourself, Husky. What the hell?
Depends on who I have to share the food with, okay? It is very person dependent, alright, AJ?
I guess it is. Shut up out of nowhere. Takes Yan Bin out of the equation. Get high, getting tagged up by FW. Look at Nero from up top. Gonna have the M16 in hand. 1 quick grenade sent towards the players of EVOS Phoenix. Shut up now, pressuring them with their M1014. Team Flash taken out of the equation, all thanks to SPTC's Artemis. Shut up, still backing a glue wall. I don't know for what.
He doesn't know that guy is already dead. But I guess it also allows him to clear a good way forward. Wow, FW takes on EVOS Phoenix. Get high already out thanks to the Trogon. Gimelo, 20 health, taking the blue, healing up with the bonfire, getting pushed as well, but he has support. Bunjin by his side. FW, they're gonna lose Naifan, they're gonna lose Bunjin. Gimelo goes down, 3 of them drop, but EVOS Phoenix already fell as more team will come in to pick up the scrap.
Morph will say thank you very much, EVOS, and they meet FW halfway through a long con. Final survivor of the squad stays hidden for the time being. Looks like there is no Arbon being popped on the side of Morph team. They are having a tad bit of a difficulty hunting down the final player. And PE Sports drops by to say hello as well. That is the one and only Nero, the MVP from PE Sports, but... okay, that was too quick.
Yes, he was inhaling a lot of the fumes on top of the...
Just about to hype him up. Could he survive to the next circle? Didn't even get there.
I'm telling you, if you're huffing that much fumes, you're either gonna die of a lung disease or you're gonna die to the blue zone, okay?
No. He respects the rules.
Listen.
And he brought in a little bit of, lesson from the COVID season. He wore a mask.
Yeah, that's a nuclear power plant. I'm pretty
mask doesn't save you from gunshots, unfortunately.
Mask doesn't save you from radiation, okay?
Arena's still alive and kicking. Who can take them on and get this booyah away from them? Morph team is a potential. SPTC does have 1 booyah from the day, but do they have enough firepower to knock out E-Arena from the equation? Genesis Dogma engaging with the one and only SPTC first, and that's just going to down their firepower before they get to E-Arena. But Morph team is going to stay out of this fight.
Yeah, just in classic Morph team fashion, they have a good vantage point to work with. Neo is going to get tagged from afar, I believe, by GD. More team also on top of the roof. This is getting very, very constricted in terms of the circle. So much population. That shot from Tyson. Fineless. Tyson! Oh my goodness! Looking for the third. Tyson, come on, this one.
Third.
Blue wall put up already. Tyson can't find it.
M82B though, he can't penetrate those glue walls. Player's gonna get picked up, and Pew as well as Ma'al will back away from the edge of that bridge. Tyson, he almost got the absolute crazy shots onto those teams and executed them as well. Just needed 1 more player, and now E-Arena finally starts the move. Not because they want to, because the circle's going to pressure them in a few seconds.
And that's also going to force more team to move as well. E-Arena, again, AJ, the most space to work with. They are just chilling at this point. Would they go through MG? They don't even need to do so, right? Look at how they're cutting through the buildings.
This is R1 in play. There is no way in hell they do not have information on all of the other players. Who pop that R1. Argus finds Borges. Kiki goes down as well. E-Arena cleaning house. And in the meantime, Genesis Dogma in that house. Yoss, very low on HP. Barely 40 left on him. Susanna finds him, and Morph team claims the final life of Genesis Dogma.
There's 1 member of Magic Esports there. Well, he's no more. Clean up by Shut Up and Fixer. Top 4 teams remaining. Alongkorn, the last surviving members of FW. E-Arena still going, now pressured by SPTC. Limit on the roof. The rest of E-Arena trying to find a way in, but Neo gets tagged down. Has to prone to buy some time. E-Arena continuing that rotation, but they're finally receiving some resistance.
Riptide Rhythm sent in and Limit goes down. Can get picked right back up. Shut up right in front. Very low on HP. No glue walls erected just yet. Nero continues all of the ambush shots. One good grenade comes towards Argus and it's a fantastic knock onto the ground. SBTC in control this time round.
Arena will not find no Booyah this round, but they have done so much work. And finally, some space for the rest of the squad. Morph Team, SBTC, FW, Alon Korn getting chased down by Neo. Tyson gets hit from afar. He's gonna drop. SBTC needs to bring him back up, but they don't have the space to work with. Tyson stand back up on his own as Morph Team pushes right into SBTC. The trade's coming through. SBTC having the numbers. Hand is low, and he drops to Ma'ao. 2 versus 2, 3 versus 2. Morph Team have the numbers. Can Neo outrun Morph Team in this labyrinth of glue walls? Tyson trying to support him. Puts out the glue wall for his own, but pressured by Pew in the corner. Tyson gets knocked out. Morph Team finally looking to claim a Booyah. And Indonesia finds some sort of life in this day one.
And it's a massive round out of Morph Team here. I believe 17 eliminations alongside that Booyah for 29 points. That's going to be able to propel Morph Team at the very least into the second spot. MGE, I do believe, got taken out a little prematurely. What was that? 5th, 6th spot?
MGE, yeah, 5th spot, I believe.
Yeah, so this should be putting them in second, worst case scenario, 1 spot below MGE in the 3rd place. And I think that's not something Morph Team's going to complain about at all.
Oh yeah, they have been playing this very, I would say, conservative playstyle, right? Always waiting until the last checkpoint. Always getting overran by those aggressive teams. When I say those aggressive teams, I just meant E-Arena and MGE.
Yeah.
But this round, it finally paid off. And it just so happens all these teams decided to turn their attention to E-Arena, but we still have to talk about the Ray Bunnies though, because these guys are so sly, so cheeky, so strategic that the fact that they even made it to the last circle is impressive.
And GRC, they just got a little greedy, or should I say Faiz got a little greedy. If he did not hang back to get a few cheeky shots and eliminations, he could have just walked away, revived the whole squad of GRC, and be right back in play for the next circle once again. They kind of overestimated their capabilities. But speaking of overestimating capabilities, that's exactly what Morph Team does not do. They understand what they're good at, and they understand that their strength is in survival. They get into a good spot in the circle. They stand at a place where they're going to be out of the fight, and when people do engage with them, ego does not kick in. They just back away from those opportunities and bide their time.
Yeah, and they actually got crippled by what SBTC also, right? We saw those 2 deadly shots from SBTC. If anything, Morph Team could have gotten eliminated right then and there.
Yes.
And they hung on.
So instead of 17 eliminations, it could be 16, but it doesn't matter. Potato, potato, 29, 28, who cares? I'm sure Morph Team does not, because they have managed to climb up the leaderboard either way with pretty average performance. And this is exactly what I'm a huge fan of, right? Keep that average performance in there, get towards the final circle, stay silent as much as possible, and then grab whatever points you can within that one final circle.
Yeah.
And with just that one successful run, you are going to be in the top 3, and Morph Team is the perfect proof for that.
They have to earn it to blood, sweat, and sweat, right? Because SBTC, not an easy team to take up, and they have to fight them in just this very messy fight towards the very end, like tens of thousands of glue wall built up. It basically could rival the Great Wall of China at one point. But we see the MVP, Pew, of Morph Team. They have, let's see, 16 eliminations. Yeah, 16 eliminations and a Booyah, 28 points off of this second round of Bermuda. But overall, it is just Morph Team finally cashing out on that opportunistic playstyle.
And Morph definitely deserves it. I think they've been on a average towards upward trend. I think the 1st and the 4th match wasn't all that too much to shout about. But let's look at their team comp here. A double Steffi defensive run alongside a 2 offensive active skill with the A124 as well as Skylar combo. I think this is a perfect fit for a team like Morph, who wants to stay away from a majority of those engagements. And when push comes to shove, when they get into those fights, that's exactly where Mbot as well as Ma'al activate.
Yeah, and in positions where you saw just now on top of the bridge, all these long-range anchor spots, this is one of the better comps, right? Because you don't allow people to flush you out with explosive, and yet you can break their defensive structures. In this case, Pew is our MVP, the Steffi, the Otto, the Luna, and the Hayato. Definitely a bit of a special one, because you normally don't see the Otto and the Luna stacked together, but it does give him some flexibility to play close to VAR.
I mean, it is at the end of the day the skill out of Luna, the fight or flight skill that gives you either a extra rate of fire, and you know that's going to come in super handy with the Woodpecker when you're tagging people up from afar. But I think the true MVP is the player, I believe, Ma'al, who brought in the Capella, because in that final circle, Capella just helps your teammates bleed out slightly slower. They almost got taken out.
And allows you to heal out more, right?
Correct,
if you have a campfire, you are going to regenerate more health at the very end. And you know, see, everyone was huddled up together. Top 3 weapons, not much difference. AC-80, M1014, and the Trogon.
Trogon, of course, is always going to be here. Whether it's the launcher that you get out of this or the auto shotgun, either way, it's going to serve you up super well out there on the battlefield. The match standings this time round, 16 eliminations from the side of Morph Team, 12 from the Booyah, gives them a total of 28 to launch them potentially into the top 3. Arena, on the other hand, is right back to their winning ways, almost securing the Booyah, but just expiring a tad bit too early. SPTC, who was in the second spot, just didn't have enough eliminations to keep the second place. 2 teams overtake them.
Can you imagine if Arena got the Booyah? They would have more than 20 eliminations for sure. They would have broken that record, right?
Yep.
They finished 4th and had 15 eliminations. That is complete lunacy. 102 points so far from Arena. If the record is 104, they are 3 points away from breaking it. But either way, Arena, they are on track on making history in the grand finals. Magic Esports, almost 30 points behind them. More teams still in 3rd place.
At this point, I'm going to ask for extra break time so I can go to a small little corner and pray for Purgatory to be the final map for E-Arena. Because if they secure Booyah on there, they would be the only team on the international stage to break 3 records in 1 day of play, and I want to see that.
The team's Forged in Fire. The region of Fire. Purgatory. 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 Purgatory.
Why you gotta do this to me?
Hey man, you know, people might think that E-Arena, yeah, they got the Booyah and Alpine, could be a fluke, right? Let's put them to the test again. Let's see if they can get another Booyah.
Man, so just 2 records and not 3? Because you know they're gonna break the second record for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, even if they don't get to the final circle, it's E-Arena. You hot drop them, they're probably going to put up one hell of a fight and at least take away 2 lives before they get wiped out.
Honestly, if we don't get Purgatory, it's fine. We want to see them dominate Alpine for the 2nd time in a row, right? That would be a strong statement for a team like E-Arena, who has struggled on that map. Like what, 3 points out of the first 3 times to play Alpine? They've covered the bases like 3 foes with that 1 round just now.
And maybe it is a blessing for Expand as well to jump right back up on a map that they truly love the most. MCPS surely needs a lifeline, but we'll only find out after a quick short break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already, lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Mosi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first Booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan, kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih. Kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟิร์สไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar. Kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
To Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the too fast. Rip got out. Team left out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญสำหรับผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก 3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp eSport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded, and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shooting stars. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shooting stars. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming back? Stronger, faster, like a heart attack. I'll make it known I'm the master. Think that boom boom need a blaster. What you looking at? We're coming for you in the masses. Front row passes, champions want all access.
All in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up,
2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded and we
fire.
We're back for the last game of day 1 for the FFSI SCA Invitationals. My name is Husky and AJ, what? See what you did, AJ? I'm with the man who ruined my relationship, okay? You ruined my relationship, AJ. What? Why? Of all the things that my partner had to hear, it was me saying that she would eat my food.
It was unintentional. Women do eat our food all the time.
See?
But what you said burned you. I did not say anything. I gave you a chance. I was like, you could have turned that into a romantic moment. Yes, I would have bought it and I would have given it Iris. Yes, surprisingly, his girlfriend's name is Iris. I would have given it to Iris. And if you are two-timing Iris, I'm so sorry to the other girl and I'm sorry for you as well because now you're
No, stop digging, AJ. No, do not. She's listening, okay? She's listening. I'm trying my best. I have to buy her 3 chicken wings later on. You just double the amount of chicken.
None.
Yes, and eat none.
And eat none. That's the secret.
Thanks to you now, I have to buy 6.
For you, you gotta say that it's all for you. I bought 3 and it's all for
I will buy 6 chicken wings for you. I'll add on 3 drumsticks, okay? We'll figure that out in a bit because I gotta get to work so I can earn some cash for your chicken drumstick. Anyways, Alpine coming up, our last map. Morph Team, EVOS Phoenix and EA finally on our screen. EA, of all teams, 40% top 3 rate.
Morph is the 3rd team in the overall grand scheme of things when it comes to picking up points on Alpine. And after a solid booyah for themselves, I think this will gear them up to take their #1 spot away from Arena. But that is all dependent on them, of course, making it in the final circle in a rampaging mode of Morph instead of a more subtle Morph that does not want to get into any tussles. As we kick the flight path off, let's see if or not Alpine will be super fair to all of our players. A high probability that it is not very fair, but yeah, I think they'll make do with it.
It's very fair for us. For Expand, that's very, very fair. Right on top of Forest Red.
If this is the kind of flight path you have, Expand should not drop at Forest Red. It's just way too open, directly under that flight path. And Militia, of course, is going to be a spot where a lot of these teams do aim for. First Raiders Eclipse already have their eyes on it.
Nope, they're going to drop Forest Red.
What's Expand doing?
Forest Red. I'm telling you, there's no way they would go.
Oh, man.
They have 2 variations. Either everyone in Forest Red or we spread out around Forest Red.
Oh, man. Okay, all right. First Raiders Eclipse, they wanted to go towards Militia. They did go towards Militia. And then Morph Team just messes with them. So Morph Team is serious. They do want this booyah for themselves. They are in that blue circle. They do have that high tier loot zone all to themselves. And with First Raiders Eclipse just outside of it, you can anticipate an early engagement. And if Morph Team does manage to get all 4 points away from First Raiders, that's just going to pump them up even more towards the final circle.
And they just got the first blood onto one of Expand's boys. In fact, they were very spread out, so it was inevitable. But they do have a revival point, as Forest Red gives you everything. Vending machine, revival point, bring Cobra back, no problem. And for the last game, Zuez actually will be playing instead.
You hope and pray that Zuez will be the MVP of Expand because...
Don't stress him out, AJ.
He's not listening. There's no way he's listening. He's focused in the game, right? Zuez has been the backup player for the side of Expand. And albeit he has not played many matches, but the matches that he has played have not convinced me enough that this switch is the right switch.
Yeah, I haven't seen him enough with a very small sample size overall.
Yeah. So let's hope that that small sample size is going to be enough. Yours running out in the open and is punished by Wasana. AC80 always going to get the job done, especially when you have 2 players shooting at 1.
It's an easy pick-off, a slower start, finally.
Yeah.
The entire day it has just been crazy. I say that, but Lozius drop in and finds already of all teams. Steffi popped up by Jonah. Don't shoot at the sky. That's going on Lozius. Norm has already found it. Lozi! What an outplay onto Jonah. Uh-oh, EVOS Phoenix. Moshi, time to cash out all that coins and bring your whole team back. And EVOS Phoenix are back.
See, who said money can't buy you happiness? You're happy when you've got a full squad out there in game Free Fire.
Yeah.
Money can buy you a lot of happiness. You know, comfort equals happiness.
Money can buy you a peace of mind.
Money can buy you enough food so that you don't have to take it away from your girlfriend.
I am working towards that.
Limit finds one more player from the side of Expand. It's going to be Zuez. Too fast taken out of the equation as well. But one final survivor on the side of Expand, the one and only Axel, quickly revives 2 of the players. Clearly, he's at a vending machine. No revival point just yet. So Captain Too Fast still needs to wait a couple of more seconds.
Yeah, they're definitely collapsing. Expand. Just so, ever since like what, match 3, they have been...
Bro, in match 1, they got 1 point out of 3 games, and the 2 other games they got 5 points each, which is hopefully something they can recover from soon.
Hopefully, we have, thank goodness we have 3 days. Can you imagine if this is 1 day? Oh, North actually caught out. EVOS Phoenix might be able to get some revenge. Jonah with the finish. FR. Oh, they're not happy with what? Not FR. EVOS are not happy with what happened.
Clearly, and now Sosa stuck all alone up on a roof. Jonah right down below. They're looking for some grenades so they can chuck at Sosa's head. Sosa's going to be able to defend himself for the time being. Who said pet alongside Sosa? I think he does have...
He has the
cactus. So when the owner stays still, it's going to help him recover his EP. But yeah, I don't think he's staying still anytime now.
Is that the cactus? Oh yeah.
It is.
Isn't that the beast?
Is it?
Souza. Yeah,
I think it's the cactus.
Why are you playing tricks on me?
It's the cactus! Already from afar, AUG does manage to find Souza. The backup's a tad bit late. Team Flash, on the other hand, is going to be meaning GRC halfway through. Raz down below. Yanbin doesn't know that. He hops on up to the next floor. And up to the third floor they go to find absolutely no one. Leem drops by, says hello at the window. 8 India gets shut down by Yanbin and already finds Darkol in the meantime. Leem does manage to trade out Shin, but they do not put the final blow just yet. A couple of grenades needed desperately here by GRC.
And they also need to find a way to bring Raz and 18 Deer back up. They do have members there. Or at least maybe for Raz, 18 Deer had no chance. Actually bleeds out as a result. So GRC left with 2 members. Fires basically intercepting the majority. Oh no, he blocked himself. Maybe he can force him to funnel through for 1v1 and doesn't even win that one. Goes down to lock on missiles. And Leem at least able to make the great escape. GRC still stays in the game.
Q, dumb ways to die. Fortunately, that was a very big misplay that it wasn't like they were winning the fight in the first place, but he could have gotten away, could have bought himself a little bit more time. The Arena, on the other hand, Genesis Dogma. Looks like they're going to be tortured by 2 players at the same time, and it is shut up with a non-stop attack from that Powerfall that does manage to get a knock as well as elimination. Player out in the open. Borges taken down as well. Woodpecker straight to the head. Borges stood no chance.
Look at how fast GD are dispersing. The moment EA got that one knock, they know that they could not face up against EA. Kryptonite to the Indonesian squads. Yoss also, his back's completely exposed. Limit finds another free one. And that is an insult to injury right on top of a revival point.
And with the 6 eliminations, E-Arena has officially broken the record for most points accumulated in a day.
And remember, one of the rounds was a no-show. So he's effectively off of 5 rounds.
That's insane, man. And E-Arena going for potentially 4 booyahs within a day. They already have the most number of booyahs racked up for 1 day of play. But they just want to go 1 notch higher because they know the 2-time world champs will try to chase them eventually.
Yeah, you gotta kind of lay out that bed of roses for yourself first before anything to fall back on. It's like a cushion made of clouds. I mean, look at them, the rotation from E-Arena. They are so deep in that compound. And there's only, what, 1 guy inside. Fixer, he's holding his ground just fine against 4 members of FW. Sees Alon Korn getting tagged by Moonjay. What a time turner. Needs to find some space to heal back up, and he's gonna get pushed instantly. Glue wall put up, shut up by his side. Fixer still alive.
Fixer backs away and finds a little bit of backup as well. That gives him the opportunity to heal up. Shut up pushes up in front, and it looks like Gmelo is going to be holding the front lines alongside Boonjay. Max 7 in hand, and all of those ice grenades just going to force E-Arena to back away for the time being, giving FW enough room to back away. Argus with the AC-80 flanks to the right-hand side, meets Alongkorn halfway. Alongkorn does not respond with a few shots of his own. Limit with the long flank to the right as well, and E-Arena has got this whole compound absolutely surrounded.
And it initially was FW's compound, right? You saw how E-Arena just took over half of the neighborhood just because Fixer didn't go down. Orgus will drop though, punished by Boonjay. The best start for FW, instant response from Shut Up. He's gonna get rid of Knife Fan, even up the playing field just a little bit, but FW goes on the offense, trying to find where Fixer is. They will put up those glue wall. Shut Up coming in for the push. Trogon turns the corner. 2v2. Who's gonna win this? Gimelo still alive, not for long. Fixer finds both of them. Alongkorn shows up with the sight, but you can't beat the Trogon. 3 for Fixer.
1v3, no problem, sir. Fixer fixes the situation and takes FW out of the equation. 12 spot finish for FW in this final match of the day. Genesis Dogma hangs on by a lifeline here through the final player left in the mix. GRC left with 2. MGE has got enough money to buy back the 4th player, so they are not going to break a sweat anytime now. But E-Arena, through all of the chaos, has managed to get 10 elimination points, and we still have 10 more teams for them to eat up.
And the whole squad is back. They even revived Orgus. So they're back in fighting shape already. Evo's Phoenix having to deal with FR for the 3rd time in this game. Norb taking heavy damage, and Jonah gets an easy down with that push. FR not really ready for this. Already holds the front line with a time turner. Darko also uses his own, but Evo's Phoenix goes in for the push. They don't want to let their foot off the gas. Souza in the back line, Lozzy as well, already turns the corner. The cluster's also thrown out. Darko facing immense pressure from already. The rest of Evo's Phoenix inches forwards, already turns around 180, takes down Lozzy. Darko also drops Souza, the third to fall. And FR absolutely destroyed by Evo's Phoenix.
And this is just a quick warning out to any of the teams that dares poke at Evo's Phoenix. They will get their revenge. You can see they're absolutely vengeful, man. Third time they engage with the players of First Raiders Eclipse, and third time just seems to be the charm for the two-time world champs.
With the dust settled, we still have 10 teams left. And we're almost 10 minutes in. It's going to get pretty dicey as we move over to third phase and beyond. Team Flash trying to drive this almost exploding vehicle. They do have an arsenal in front to stock up if they haven't already done so, but it's going to be a long trip into the circle. They see Saming passing by, can't get the knock.
Saming at the edge of the circle. He's gonna hang on, but the circle just takes its toll on him, and Shin quickly rushes in for the elimination, but Cobra steals it away. Shin does not know that. She's like, hey, where's the guy? I'll loot up at least.
Now they know that there's someone nearby, but they don't know who. Good news for Expand. No, they suffered some heavy damage early on, but they have the full team with them. They're back in action, they're in the safe zone. Now they just gotta take it a bit slower.
I'm just curious if another team can bounce back. I've got faith, but I don't know if that is blind faith. Expand really needs to hustle. And in the meantime, look at the elimination leaderboards, man. Limit with 5 to his name, followed by Fixer with 3 and Shut Up with 2. Leaderboard just littered with the arena.
Isn't Faith always blind?
Come again?
Isn't Faith always blind, AJ?
Isn't Faith blind?
Faith.
Uh-huh.
As you say, blind faith, right? But isn't faith blind? Philosophical. We'll get that sorted out. I've thought about this hard and long, okay? Belief isn't blind, faith is.
Faith is, yes, I have to unfortunately agree with you. Faith is when you don't know and you just believe.
Yes.
Just because you're told.
Basically that. But it's fine. We believed in Expand. We had faith in Expand for more than a year. And here they are. It's a slower start. The fact that they are not the first team to get knocked out is a good sign, okay? Fix on the other hand is going to get knocked off screen. Evo's Phoenix now taking on Morph Team.
Evo's Phoenix, you mean dispatching Morph Team. One shot, Susanna goes down. Moshi finds Ambot, and it looks like the whole of Morph Team now just needs to find an evacuation point, but none available. Moshi does find one more, but Maal with a supreme save brings back the full squad in through the vending machine.
And E Arena in the meantime taking on P Esports at Sunside. All these solar panels making this a ring around the rosy between Shut Up and UK. A bit complicated, but Shut Up wins that one nonetheless. 1-for-1 trade so far. Limits drop, not looking too good. Shut Up needs to heal himself back up. Fixer also doing the same. Meanwhile, SBTC shows up to take on the first seed of their own region, but Neo instantly gets dropped by Yanbin. Shin coming in, big grenade launcher, blocked out by the Steffi. Well timed, but not enough. SBTC, they need more time. Yanbin gets killed off, but PE finally eliminated by E Arena off screen, and Shin continues to pump SBTC full of shrapnels, and SBTC lose members quickly.
Tyson from afar takes Ripcord out of the equation. SBTC still alive and kicking in the form of Tyson. Wasana just watching everything break down. He's got a vector in his hand. Can't do much with that gun from this distance.
Shut Up wants to help his buddy, but he's gonna get pressure, so no choice but to give his friend away. Shut Up not happy with that turn of events, looking for Borges. Gets elimination number 14. Shut Up still going, but no vending machine.
Already from afar, finds 18 DA as well. Like DA caught in the headlights, he gets knocked down. Elimination point given away to Evo's Phoenix. Kiki runs straight towards Shut Up. Shut Up welcomes him with open wings. He is tagged up by the Homer though, so lower rate of fire. Ice Grenade will force Kiki out of his defense. Ice Grenade responds to it, Shut Up as well. AC-80 hasn't popped just yet. Shut Up losing a lot of HP. Drogon fire. One shot needed. Bye-bye Kiki. Genesis Dogma out in 9.
Yeah, let the Blue Zone do the work. Shut Up. Keeping the team in good standings. Expand. They're gonna run into the 2 remaining survivors of Team Flash. Bloody already tagged up, less than 50% health. Wasana got collateral damage. Shin blows him up from behind. Magic Esports out in 8th spot. But Team Flash's nightmare have just begun. It's Expand.
Expand might just be able to recover with grace here for that final matchup to set themselves up for day 2 of the grand finals. Shut Up looks for a way to get towards Tyson SPTC. They prove that they are What? Shut up!
Very nice attempt from him, but Ma'ao spoiled the entire party, getting 2 kills in a row. Evil's Phoenix, well, this is the furthest that they have made it. 12 eliminations, top 4. Expand in front of them. They got more team to worry about, but more team is just but a little speed bump that they can take care of easily.
What an expensive elimination there. Jonah should be able to dispatch him instantaneously with a Trogon and does exactly that. One more player from the side of Morph team up on the tower. Ambot with the secondary. He's not going to do much, but he will have to move eventually. EVOS Phoenix right down below. Clearly now's not the right time, but EVOS Phoenix is not as quick as Expand, who manages to quickly put themselves in a great position also to take Ambot out of the equation.
But it's not easy because they're out in the open, and EVOS Phoenix already saw that movement. They will have to put up a lot of defenses out in the open. EVOS Phoenix will definitely run at them. You can kind of say that EVOS Phoenix are the team that needs to run through that freeway, and Expanse have a good shot of taking them down. But Jonah, he's going to fly in. EVOS Phoenix, they're not going to wait. Jonah and Moshi double tagging. Get high already. They all join in. Grenade comes up from too fast. They need some chip damage over to EVOS Phoenix. Expand slowly moving back, but they're not given much time. Already pushing out. You can see the Steffi being popped by Get High. Already out in the front. Too fast. Trying to back off. Clipped by the grenade from Get High. As EVOS Phoenix, they are just showing superiority in this final fight. EXO does get rid of already, but Jonah is going to turn the corner, and Jonah pushes into the time turner. Expand has no chance.
No chance at all, but in the meantime, Team Flash was surviving with Bloody alone. M82B in his hands, but can he take on 3 players from the side of EVOS Phoenix? Looks like it's going to be impossible. Circle will tag him up. Bye-bye. There you go, Bloody. Gets knocked down. Moshi claims that elimination. Ambot final player with the secondary, but the Circle sorts him out, and EVOS Phoenix picks up the final booyah of the day.
It's the first time that you see the boys of EVOS Phoenix. No cheers, no smiles at all. This is definitely not an easy day. They finished with a booyah, but you look at the track record for the first 5 rounds. A lot to talk about, but at least they made some recovery.
And you got Get High and Jonah to thank for that. They had a lot of smiles in the start of the day where they were throwing some pretty funny taunts at all of their opponents. But it came swinging right back at them. A lot of the teams stepping up their own gameplay. Teams even like GRC stepping up what they can do out there on the battlefield. But EVOS Phoenix, as always, rises up to the occasion towards the very end. It might have not been enough to get the #1 spot from, you know, teams like MGE or teams like E-Arena, but it is enough to show that everybody should fear them.
Yeah, they still need some time. I would even go as far as to say that they need a full day of solid performance to even have a chance at this point of time, right? And that is, you know, barring E-Arena not showing up tomorrow, Magic Esports falling flat, a tall ask. But E-Arena at the end of the day, sure, they didn't finish, you know, with 5 booyahs in total. You look at the position that they were in. Finished 4th, 15 kills. Finished 5th, 15 kills. Who cares?
Yeah, E-Arena surely does not. But unfortunately for Team Expand, when we thought that they were finally getting a good round, EVOS Phoenix just happened to be in that final circle as well. 16 eliminations in hand already, and Team Flashes happened to be elimination 17. Ambot, though, did manage to avoid Team EVOS Phoenix, gives his life away to the circle. And I think that's exactly what annoyed EVOS Phoenix the most, right? Where's that final player? We needed at one point.
And they were getting challenged a lot, right? A lot of teams hot dropping them, a lot of teams were hunting them, a lot of teams were First Raiders, GD, Magic Esports. Teams were actively challenging them, something that, you know, you wouldn't see as much back then. I think teams were giving EVOS Phoenix a lot of respect, but now they're giving EVOS Phoenix respect by testing their mettle in these fights, and I love to see that. EVOS Phoenix pushed to the limit.
EVOS Phoenix was pushed to the limit. They did get annoyed, and you clearly saw that annoyance in them continuously dropping right back in, reviving themselves, going back for the attack. They desperately wanted that revenge. and they most definitely got that revenge. Jonah, the team captain, once again gets the MVP, 1,996 with the damage, 5 eliminations, but he was not the heaviest hitter from the team. Already in Moshi picking up the exact same number of eliminations as well.
17 eliminations in total, and a booyah, 29 points for EVOS Phoenix to close out the chapter of day 1 of the grand finals. And the craziest part is that the amount of points that they got from this last map is more than the amount of points that they got in the first 5 maps. This is how slow the day has been for our 2-time world champion. But you know, overall, you look at what EVOS Phoenix has ran, double Chrono, double Steffi, a bit of a switch up in terms of the team comp, but one thing is constant for JBeeps.
It's a very interesting comp coming through from EVOS Phoenix. So this is the proof in the pudding that EVOS Phoenix is not gearing up to rise to the top of the leaderboard. This is not their usual aggressive setup. This is a very defensive setup, just used to circle around to get into that final zone and just cheekily tag players left, right, center. And to think that they can walk away with 17 eliminations with a defensive setup, that's just purely insane, because everybody is technically playing like Jonah. Jonah's setup usually has got no extra bit of damage in there, no extra bit of recovery. It's all just about getting that information and pushing up towards your opponents, getting that extra bit of speed, having a little bit of extra balance with the defensive when you've got the Awakened Hayato alongside JBeeps. But everybody's doing that now on Team EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Moshi, right? Normally he goes for the Skylar, but in this case, he did not. Jonah is our MVP, you know, Steffi, Awakened Kelly, Awakened Hayato, JBeeps, and the Arvon. Of course, his favorite weapon is the Trogon. We've seen Jonah really using that to maximum efficiency. Top 3 weapons of this final round, AC-80, Trogon, Woodpecker, nothing out of the ordinary.
If you are a CQC player, you're probably going to be picking up the M1014 or the Trogon. And if the Trogon is more readily available, there's no reason whatsoever to shun that gun, right? It doubles up as a launcher. It doubles up as a Mag 7 close-range combat. You're going to be able to pop players left, right, center. With the extra rate of fire, you're never going to go wrong. But the Woodpecker still continues to show up, even though it's not the biggest damage dealer out there on the battlefield. Everybody loves the capability of the Woodpecker to break those armors.
Yeah, flexibility is, just extra utility is always a bonus. EVOS Phoenix, 29 points off of this round. E-Arena coming in second with 18 points. And Team Flash, they're getting 17. More Team with 14. Expand finally having a better round this time with 12. But overall, I think what we can take away from this round, from the entirety of this day 1, is also how Chrono can be a trap to a lot of teams. Because now you can't shoot from inside. People just push into your time turner to fight you. And that's what Jonah, that's what Get High, that's what confident CQC players always do.
I absolutely agree with you, right? The way some of these players mechanically sound, can dance around the time turner is insane, especially with the Trogon now, with a high rate of fire. You're not going to be able to stand a chance against a player like Jonah. And looking at the overall leaderboard, E-Arena, of course, officially breaks the record for the most number of points accumulated within one day. They've got 3 booyahs, never done before on FFSI, and they are the first ones to get it done. What a better kind of record to set in that number 1 spot.
And look at the ratio, right? 50 placement points, 70 total eliminations. They've doubled the point from SBTC and onwards. That is how much points E-Arena has gotten from themselves. And majority of these points are off of 5 rounds, right? Because match 2, they didn't really show up too much. You have more team coming in second with 84 points. You have Magic Esports close in 3rd place with 83. But that doesn't mean the eliminations. Look at this, AJ.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, it's just insane what E-Arena has been able to do. Almost double of what Morph... Okay, no surprise there, because Morph is very passive out there on the battlefield. But the more surprising thing is all 3 of these teams perform extremely well on Bermuda.
Yeah, Morph Team and MG also showed up. Just that Morph Team was the one who got the booyah on the second Bermuda map, while Magic Esports unfortunately didn't get any booyahs today. But it doesn't matter. They kind of did the First Raiders, Genesis Dogma, where no booyahs, but no problem. We still get decent finishes.
And of course, there were some high performers. There were a few teams kind of lagging behind. Unfortunately, First Raiders Eclipse barely had the opportunity to show up today. And in the final match against EVOS Phoenix, against all odds, they survived. Not once, but twice, only to be shut down the 3rd time.
The last place team is almost 100, it's 99 points behind E-Arena. In the grand finals, that is insane.
Yeah.
Never happened before.
At this point, First Raiders Eclipse are thanking Garena. Thanking Garena on their knees. Like, thank you for making this a 3-day marathon. But that will only be on their side if they do have a strong appearance tomorrow alongside teams like Expand as well.
Yeah, I want to see if any teams can bounce back tomorrow, but that concludes day 1 of the grand finals for FFSISEA Invitationals. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time for more Free Fire actions. Good night, goodbye.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.